Yo, good morning, gentlemen. How you doing, Michael? How you doing, John? What's up, Grexus? Oh, lunch. What's for lunch today? Ugh. I am just waking up. I'm waiting for the coffee to finish brewing. It's Ludwig, the lightning guy from what you call it, with these little.
ever had a dream that you
Oh, Apikusik. Thank you for the early morning sub. Holy. I just woke up.
you could
Oh yeah, do my farms. Almost forgot. Yo, good morning, Zazooks. How you doing? Got my coffee now. Wait till I get more of those. Yo, good morning, Piskin. Pretty sure half the awakened sages on NA are family. Oh, is somebody fucking here? Look at these rats on my channel. The fuck? Any foreign news? No, I mean, it was a long weekend, right? There'd be nothing going on during the holiday. Maybe today we find out something about it? Yo, I'm doing pretty good, Tulo. How you doing? Yeah, we need a channel. And I'll pop some buffs. This channel's infested. Born Orphic. There was video drama yesterday, was there? On Easter? How dare they? Check Strenia 4. Should check the guild channels, actually. So what would the video drama be about? Let me check the Toxic Cesspool Discord. I'm sure they were yapping about it in there. Certainly was quite a bit of yapping, but it seems to be Node War related. I don't know specifically. I'm not reading all these messages. I'm just scrolling through them. Not really seeing anything. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of yapping in there, but way too much for me to want to read it. You don't know why? Maybe. I mean, I saw one thing Soggy said in there about the way guilds place. The fights are just always gonna stalemate. Which is not wrong. Also gotta blame the 1 hour node wars too. Even if you do have reasonable fights. Let's start doing these. Just do my journals. I'm blind. Which one is it? Okay. We got 8 Sangoon. 9 Sangoon. Oh, did I not collect that? Oh no, I did that. I did 10 Sangoon. So we need 8, 9 Sangoon. We'll do those first. Yeah, there's always some type of drama. The real question is like, is it drama that's worthy of attention? But people are always going to be beefing about something, right? Most of the time, it is nonsense. Either egos getting hurt or people just bored. They were at one point. I don't know about now, Toaster. I think the biggest thing about those is finding a group to do them. They are really good for Caphras. But there's two things at play, right? Is back when I did all mine, I had thousands of them. Caphras were max price, but also on top of that, right? We didn't have some of these grind spots like Zephyros, Underwater, Stars End that were 4 to 6 bill an hour. So those scrolls only had to compete with spots like, I don't even know if Orzekia was out when I did them. What bosses did I do last week? I know I did. I could have swore I did 8, 9, 10 Gumio. Wait. Did I accidentally just do one that I already did? Did I look at that backwards? Wait, why are these? Oh, I did, didn't I? Damn it. No, I'm gonna do Pig, Aduxiny, Apex, Bamboo. Yeah. Damn it. I can't believe I just did that. I looked at it backwards. Oh, shit. Sucks. I'm so rusty at this guy. I didn't. Both my kids were great. We were very fortunate. We didn't have to deal with that at all. Can you link a forum post? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, next is the Duxini. Morning, Belkit. That put my weapons away. That was annoying. Oh shit. I realized I was basically outside there. Okay. Next we have Chengui. Where are you? Tenebron's a pretty easy spot. I don't know specifically though. I didn't grind there very long because when it came out, Zephyros came out. I think I did my weekly like twice there, and then I was like, nah, I'm over it. I'd rather be at Zephyros. Legendary Wolf Mount? Wait, is that Halang looking thing? Because I actually did that quest yesterday and I killed it, and it gave me like the knowledge for all the legendary beasts or something like that. Is it that same mount or? But unlocks your ability to go. Ah, okay. Gotcha. Somebody must have made like a channel on a Discord. I honestly keep hearing Discord pings. Oh, here we go. Oh, never mind. It's the meme bin. Okay, I think we're done. Oh shit, I forgot to grab the adventure log. There we go. Okay, so the ones we're missing are Sangashi, Mudang, Duoxini, and Mugi. So basically all bosses we don't have yet. Perfect. So I'm all done with my C8s. Next week we'll do C9s. Take a little sacrifice in our money for the week. Yeah, journals, fella. Knock those journals out, and then you don't have to look at them. Especially if they end up using them as a prerequisite for something in the future. I'd rather have them done. There it is. Did I restart my client yet? I don't think I have. Oh, I'll be right back, chat. Wait till we get logged in. You do need Adonia Stones to convert your armor. 1 per armor piece. Come back. Yo, what's up, John? Toaster. A little bit of practice. Just do the bosses. Like keep practicing them. You'll realize what you need to worry about and what you don't need to worry about. Because one of the biggest problems with some bosses is you end up putting too much concern on stuff you don't need to worry about, and then it puts you in a bad position for the stuff that you do. Just make a mental note every time something hits you. Be like, "Oh, that wasn't so bad," or "Yeah, that." Obviously, if you die, then that was a bad one. What are we doing drop rate wise? Maybe it's time to start popping some of these. Not those. Those. Actually, wait. Did I not pop it? I think I canceled it just in time. I realized. I just popped a tent. Yeah, there we go. Oops. Instantly CC'd. What everybody do yesterday? Anything exciting for Easter? Whole lot of Crimson? Yeah. I got to play a little bit yesterday, not a whole lot. Got Jerusa to 61 the hard way to realize that Patricio's Pocket Watch exists. Hey, at least you have the Pocket Watch for the next character. There's quest rewards for, yeah, inventory slots. A lot of the quests are kind of annoying, but if you actually, like, if you want to get, like, a free-to-play way, get a reasonable amount of slots on a new character, just hit O, go to suggested, and there's inventory expansion here, right? These are a bunch of quests you can actually do that give you one, or no, I guess 2 slots apiece. No, 1 slot, 1 slot, 1 slot. So, I mean, I guess it's something. What I do, though, is like periodically through events and stuff, they give you inventory slots. And I just keep dumping them into a storage. So whenever a situation comes up where I do need more inventory on a character, you know, I have the ones that build up over time from what they just give away. And that works out pretty well. But obviously that takes time. Yeah. It's good for, like, if you're trying to get more slots on, like, a farmer or a fisher or something like that. Just use those on those classes. Yeah. It's the best thing to do. Any class that interests you, just give it a little try. That's why I really think family inventory is really, really nice, because you can put all of your consumables, like stuff that you basically are going to use on any character. You put all that in the family inventory, and that frees up quite a bit of slots on every reroll you might do. Yeah, my family inventory is maxed out. Look at all the stuff I keep in there. Tons of stuff I don't have to keep in there, but I keep in there anyways because I filled it up so much. No. It's actually just auto-playing right now, but it's based off of my normal playlist. If you want to see my normal playlist, there's a command for it. It's like a 24 or 25-hour playlist of just classic rock and metal. Mostly that. I guess there are some oddballs in there. See, there's a new view botter in the category. That Haxing guy. Jesus. The viewer metrics extension's kind of hilarious. What it shows for his channel. That is so blatant. Yeah. Chat isn't the best metric. It really depends on the category and the streamer and the way they conduct themselves too, right? Like, but there is an extension you can get for Chrome, basically any Chromium browser, called Viewer Metrics, and it actually breaks down the viewership of a channel quite dramatically, quite detailed, I guess is the word I'm looking for. And it has 91% of its viewers are confirmed bot accounts, 296 out of 338. So there's actually only 42 potential real viewers. Some of those might not be caught yet either, right? And if you actually take a look at the viewership and when those accounts were created, 300 of those accounts in his stream, those accounts were made in July of 2025, all within the same month and same year. Which anybody who knows, like, you know, obviously as random people coming to your channel, the probability of 90% of your viewership all having made their accounts within the exact same month and year obviously is ridiculous. Not even sus, right? It's beyond that. This is the difference between, like, an amateur view botter and a professional view botter. This person does absolutely nothing, knows nothing about the nuance of the statistics of his chat, and therefore it's so blatantly obvious. Is that how Twitch allows it? The thing is you need... It's not that they want to allow it. It's that you need to establish intent, right? Otherwise, the system could be weaponized. If you just banned any channel that had bots in it, yeah, they could catch a ton of channels, an absolutely ton of channels, because they're very blatantly being botted. But the system would become weaponized. People would then say, okay, Twitch will just ban anybody with bots in their channel. Bet, okay. I want to get rid of Zethian, so I'm going to throw a bunch of bots in his channel, so Twitch bans him. And that's what people would do, right? They would go, basically, anybody who's their competition, they would try to bot them to get them banned. And nobody would be able to stream, because as soon as anybody got any marginal amount of success, then they would be banned, right? It would be weaponized against them. Yeah, you're not listening, are you? We'll just move on. This man is quite literally not listening to what I'm saying and just paying attention to what he's typing. So there's not a conversation to be had here. I can't believe how long it's taken me so far to grind up 100 of these pigments. Or, lusters. How long has it been since we had Star's End? That was like January, right? Didn't we get Star's End in January? We got Underwater in February? What day in January did we get Star's End? Anybody know offhand?
Check out this microwave I bought from Temu.
Oh god. No, 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 no. You're not rude. Oh my, that's rude. Look at that. How are we supposed to have a conversation with this shit going on? No, what I was trying to explain was that unfortunately there's intent, right? There can be a third party involved, and the system could become weaponized. If Twitch or Amazon just automatically banned people because they had bots in their channel, then a third party could say, I don't like that person, I'm going to put bots in their channel so they get banned. So, unfortunately, Twitch and Amazon can't just ban people for having bots in their channel. You have to prove intent. You have to prove that it is the streamer intentionally botting themselves or knowingly having somebody bot them. Otherwise, yeah, the system will be used as a weapon to get people banned instead. Unfortunately, it's a tricky situation for them to handle. Twitch was working on a system that they implemented for I don't even know if it was a full 24 hours, but it would remove the bots from the viewer count. So this way they didn't have to ban people, right? Now, not only did you remove the benefit, but you didn't create a system where people can use it to weaponize it. But I think Twitch freaked out. I think Twitch saw how much the viewership across so many channels absolutely crashed when they did that. And I say viewership loosely because obviously they're not real viewers. But I think Twitch panicked and said, holy crap, this is going to affect us super negatively. Because if advertisers are, let's say, coming to us and saying, hey, we notice you have 10 million views on your platform daily, right? Or more, whatever it might be. And then all of a sudden it's only 6 million views 24 hours later. Advertisers are going to say, okay, well, we're only going to pay you 60% of what we used to be paying you. Because, you know, obviously the potential capture has dropped. And I think they freaked out. They said, holy crap, wait a minute. We can't sustain this giant drop in our revenue potentially next month if advertisers catch wind of how much our real viewership is. And I think they pulled the plug on it. And I think they got nice plausible deniability with that at the same time, because like there was a ton of streamers who were caught red-handed that they just went out and they were like, oh, well, I wasn't view botting. This is what they would say, right? They'd be like, I wasn't view botting. It was the system is false flagging people who are lurking as bots and removing them from the view count. That's why my view count dropped, right? And Twitch said, okay, well, we can use that. We could say, okay, our system isn't refined enough, and therefore we need to go back to the drawing board. Good morning, Kiwi. How you doing? Wasn't there video drama? Oh, there was, yeah. That day, Blue Squadron was like a kid in a candy store. There was 2 streamers he specifically went after. One I don't necessarily agree. I think it's possible, but I think comparing the two is apples and oranges. Did I offend someone on Discord? What do you mean? Did you offend someone on Discord? Your Discord got limited? Someone reported your memes? Well, if you're... Yeah, I don't know what you're posting. Are you only posting in our Discord? Said I broke Discord guidelines. Did it say what you broke it with? Does it say, like, it might have removed the message, and I would imagine either maybe you got an email or something, it'll tell you what you posted. If you were spamming, then that's a rate limit? Yeah. I mean, he wasn't really spamming. It was only 2 posts this morning. One at 7:25 and one at 7:43. I don't know what that Reddit link is. Let me click that. Like, that doesn't look like anything bad. It might have been like an auto mod or something. I don't know. Maybe it detects something in your message that could be potentially a problem, and maybe it'll get reviewed by a real person now. They'll, because I don't see anything like out of pocket. But yeah, until Twitch, I don't know. I feel like it's one of those things where Twitch has to like silently implement that system instead of it just removing all bots from the view count overnight. It's like they gotta slowly turn up the knob, so at first it reduces 10, then 20, then 30, then 40, and do it like over the course of a year, so they can adjust their business model to account for the slowly decline in advertisement revenue that will be a result of it, right? But it'll do nothing but benefit everybody who's doing it legitly in the end, right? Because what technically ends up happening is these people who bought don't realize that they have like a catch-22 that they're creating with their own ad revenue, but also everybody else's ad revenue. If advertisers, advertisers are going to expect to get a specific amount of return off, like, let's say 100 viewers, right? And if all of a sudden they're advertising in a stream that has, like, let's say 1,000 viewers in it, they're going to expect to get 10 times that ROI approximately, right? And if all of a sudden that ROI comes back and it's only half or whatever of what their expected ROI is, then the next time they advertise on that platform, they're going to adjust how much they pay per viewer, right? And it's going to come down. And it creates this unfortunate system where these people who are willing to cheat, they just keep cranking up the view bots because, yeah, the advertisers will be like, okay, we only got 50% of the return that we expected, so we're only going to pay half next time. So you know what the people who cheat do is, next time I'm going to do 2,000 bots, so I get paid the same, right? Obviously, I'm exaggerating these numbers. Is that how it works? To a degree, for sure. Yeah, like, I mean, I obviously am not one of these advertisers paying Twitch, but yeah, advertisers will 100%. If their ROI is lower, if they expect to get, like, let's say a specific return off a certain amount of viewers and they don't meet that, then the next time they make an offer to Twitch, it's going to be for less, right? But yeah, the people who view bot, they just keep cranking up the bot higher and higher, trying to make sure that they are at least making the same amount. And then the people who are doing it legitly, even if you're growing, if you're not outpacing that, it'll feel like your revenue is going down despite your channel growing, and it doesn't feel like it makes sense, right? Or you'll feel like you're stagnating. You'll be like, what the hell? Why am I making the same amount of money? I have double the viewership I did the year, like 3 years ago. Why does it feel like I'm making the same amount? That doesn't make any sense. But it's it's really frustrating. It's a huge slap in the face to everybody who does do it legitly. It makes the people who do it legitly have to work harder and harder and harder. It also creates this, there's also another side of it that I don't know if Twitch is thinking of. I like to assume that people who run these big companies are smart, so they probably are, but right, it creates this environment where, like, you might have streamers in a category that look like they're super popular, they have thousands of views, and then you go in the chat and there's like nothing going on. There's no chatting, it's boring, it's dull. And that's going to drive people from the platform, right? People are going to be like, huh? How come all these people who have lots of views are so boring? You know what? I don't want to stay here. I'm going to go back to YouTube or whatnot. So there's definitely an incentive for Twitch to get a handle on this in the long term, because if you actually get the actual people with active people in their chat that are entertaining at the tops of the categories, then people who just wander through the different categories will be far more likely to find channels they enjoy and stay on the platform. You should see all the data I have collected over the last 5 years of streaming, month by month by month data. I got graphs and all that shit, tracking so many different stats. It's actually so bad to the point where my sheet that I used to track the stats is actually really annoying to try to search through now. I was thinking, because I have it broken down by month. Like, here, let me read off some of the stats that I have tracked. I basically have it tracked for every day of every month for like the past 5 years of streaming. There's some stats too that like 5 years ago Twitch didn't actually keep data for. Where are my sheets? I actually need to update some of these graphs for the last couple months. I've actually neglected that a little bit, even though I've put the data in. But I have the average viewers for every day, the follows for every day, the minutes I streamed every day, the minutes watched by the viewers, the amount of live views, max viewership, the amount of unique viewers, engaged viewers. So that's like viewers who are interacting in chat at the same, like while they're watching. The hosts and raids, which percentage of my viewership came from hosts or raids, the actual number of chatters, the total messages that were typed in chat that day, the amount of clips created that day, the amount each of those clips was viewed for that day, the featured view clips that were featured, their views, unfeatured clipped views, ad breaks, like how many minutes worth of ad breaks, how much ad time per hour, the sub revenue, prime revenue, gifted sub revenue, multi-month gifted sub revenue, bits revenue, overall ad revenue, revenues from Turbo. There's game sales, extension revenue, bounties, stuff like those are almost always zero because I don't do a whole lot of that stuff. That's typically through their bounty program and stuff, right? Bit revenue, hype chat revenue, the amount of new viewers that type in chat, returning viewers that type in chat, the amount of prime subs, total subs, T1, T2, T3 subs, total gifted subs, total gifted T1, T2, T3 subs, and multi-month gifted subs, and then for the same thing. What is the number one thing I earned from this data? Well, one thing that's really nice is you get to see how you grow over the years. And sometimes, like if you say hyper focused on month to month, there are some months where advertisers, just 1 second, between the song and the sub, it's kind of loud. Yo, thank you so much for the sub, Ice. I appreciate it tremendously. So, if you stay focused on month to month, right, there are some months that are always really rough. Like a lot of people probably just focus on specifically the revenue for the month. Because at the end of the day, right, that's the stat that matters the most to people is how much they're making while doing it. And there are some months that are bad and there are some months that are good. Typically the months that follow big holidays, there's a pretty big drop off. December's always crazy. So if you stay focused on month to month, you will have months where that will just feel miserable and get in your head, and you got to not let it affect you too much, because if you're just sitting there being a Debbie Downer on stream because you're bummed that month is down, then it's going to affect your viewership, right? People don't want to sit there and just listen to someone pissing and moaning the whole time. And sometimes that can be hard. Sometimes that can be hard to do, right? We're emotional beings. Sometimes it's hard when something's sitting on your mind, stressing you out, to have it not affect you. But the nice thing about these graphs and having like 5 years of data, you see that there's these downs, and it's almost consistent every year which months are typically down on advertising revenue, which ones are up. And you start to kind of plan accordingly. You're like, okay, so this month I know is a good month, so I'm going to stream harder that month to make up for the month that's going to follow. And then you start to see these trends where, you know, every year you start to see a bit of growth here, a bit of growth, a bit of growth. And you're like, okay, yeah, it's even though it's growing, sometimes, like I said, because of the people who cheat and the way the advertisers are going to adjust because of the cheating, you see yourself growing, but you don't see the a proportional growth in your revenue. But knowing that your channel is growing, and, you know, just kind of holding a hope one day maybe Twitch does get a handle on this and the cheaters can't benefit from it anymore. But like here, I'm gonna cut. I don't actually want to have too much information, but here's two different graphs. Oh, wait, why are one of these slightly off than the other? Is there a couple extra months in one of these? Oh, it's because of the legend. The legend, the numbers are bigger on one graph than the other. So right, here's the graph without the legend here. But this is like the revenue increase since as you'll see in that graph, since January 1st. And you'll see here, this section, this is before Twitch started to do revenue splitting on advertisement. This was the month they did it, and all of a sudden it just made it so much more feasible. Back before they did revenue splitting on advertisement, basically the only way you could get reasonably paid from Twitch is by having a ton of active subscribers, donators, or having a contract with Twitch and having them pay you directly. But as soon as they did the revenue splitting, it was a pretty big deal for everybody streaming. Oops. It used to be like I don't know. Trying to think of how to explain this. I want to say it used to be like half your revenue was subs and half of it was advertisement, but that's misleading because the only reason why half of your revenue was subs was because advertising is because the revenue from both were so low. But now it's like 95% from ads, 5% from subs and stuff like that. You obviously will have some days, like your stream the other day, you got gifted a ton of subs, so obviously that day it's going to be pretty significantly different. To give partners 70-30 by default? No. I believe it's 60-40. I don't think you can do anything to increase the ad revenue split, but you can do something to increase the sub revenue split. So if you get 300 concurrent subs, I think by default it's 50-50, but if you get can't remember. One second, I could find out the thing. I can't remember if there's a tier above 3. I think the best tier is 300. Maybe there's only one tier. But I know, like, if you have 300 subs, and they can't... Gifted subs don't count. So, but if you have 300 unique subs for 3 months in a row, you'll be bumped to a 70-30 split. I can't remember if there's a tier between the 50-50. I feel like there is. But yeah, gifted subs don't count for that. Yeah, it would be 60-40. 50-50, 60-40, 70-30. I'm just saying I don't know what the requirement is for it. I would imagine maybe it's like 100 or maybe 150. You missed out on a golden arrow? I don't think so, actually. I think you're getting into it. It is... This has been the consequence of getting so much ad revenue, so much revenue through ads now, is now it incentivized people to bot like crazy. Like, botting was obviously bad on the platform previously, but it's even more incentivized now because of that. In a sense, too, like, there's... When you think about it, having drops in categories is almost like authorized view botting. Because what typically ends up happening now is people will be like, okay, I want to get my drops in BDO. I'm going to find a stream, and then I'm going to go to work. So they're not really actively watching, right? It's always been bad, but yeah, definitely the worst it's ever been. And until they get a handle on it, it will continue to get worse. I mean, there was an official company. I can't remember the name of it or the exact statement, but there was a company who handles like sponsorships and stuff for streamers. And they basically said, and I'm paraphrasing, but if you're not botting, are you even trying? Which is basically them saying that they think that, it's perfectly fine behavior. And it's just like part of the game, right? Which is crazy to me. I don't remember exactly, Onesie. And that's a crazy thing to say. I got something interesting too that I want to say. Just let me finish stuffing my face here. Is that the post? Trying to find where the actual comment was. This is just somebody writing an article on it. The crazy thing is, there have been situations where someone has just actively admitted, like one of the biggest things, obviously, is proving intent when viewbotting, right? Proving that that person is intentionally viewbotting themselves and it's not somebody doing it on their behalf or without them knowing. But and usually that's what'll get you banned, right? There's clips and clips and clips and clips of streamers who will accidentally pull up their viewbot on stream, and then they get banned because now you've shown intent. You can prove that they are doing it to themselves. But there have been people who, like, if you are popular enough, you are no longer bound by the same rules, right? Once you're popular enough that Twitch says, okay, this person is a big, big, big earner. There have been some people who just actively said, yeah, so what? And they haven't been banned, even though intent has been established. Which is crazy. Yep. Okay. I'm done eating. Sorry about making all the grunting and groaning noises. So there's incentive all the way down the line. There's incentive all the way down the line, right? So you have a bunch of different people. You have the streamer. You have the, what do we call them? I guess talent agency. You have Twitch. I guess these are the three main ones. Probably gonna have room. So Twitch, obviously, more views across the whole platform equals more money. From advertisers. From I hate trying to freaking write with a mouse, man. I hate it so much. That doesn't even look like an R. That looks like a C. Now it looks like an F. Oh my god. Advertiser contracts, right? So obviously, right? Bots benefit this number, right? Bots inflate how much traffic it looks like is going through the platform. So Twitch obviously benefits from there being more visibility, whether it's real or fake, on the platform. The talent agencies, so this is, I don't want to mention any names, we'll just keep calling them talent agencies, but they obviously benefit from this too, because actually, you know what, we'll go to them in the middle. So the streamer obviously benefits for the same reason as Twitch here, right? Is more views equals more money. So streamers benefit from it, Twitch benefits from it, and then the talent agencies also benefit from it. Because as their streamers get more views, well, what do these talent agencies do? These talent agencies, they negotiate contracts with companies in order for the streamer to advertise those things, right? So, for example, an agency might say, okay, we have a streamer that's pulling 10,000 views, or we have a collection of streamers who collectively pull 10,000 views, and Blizzard is reaching out to us because they want us to help them advertise our new World of Warcraft expansion. Well, the more views the more views their streamers have, the better they can negotiate contracts. Negotiating leverage. Right? If their collection of streamers that they're working with have more views, they can negotiate better contracts, and guess what? These talent agencies, more money, right? Because they get a portion of those contracts. I should just do the money sign. So, like, straight from the bottom all the way up to the top, there's incentive. Every single step of the way, there's a monetary incentive. I think that's also part of the reason that makes it so difficult. Because everybody loves money, man. Straight from the bottom to the top. And I think this also creates, both of these things, creates a weird situation for the streamers. Because I legit think that there's some streamers that have no idea that they're being botted because their talent agency might be botting for them, right? Their talent agency might say, hey, we will help your channel grow. We will advertise you on these other platforms. We will get you better contracts. Just come work under us. And then the talent agency bots their streamers to make it look like they're doing their side of the deal, and then using that to sneak a bigger cut. And then the streamer is oblivious to the whole situation. They just think that their channel is growing naturally and they're doing great. And I think that's what might have happened too when Twitch implemented that system that temporarily for a day removed fake views from channels, is there was a bunch of streamers who lost the views that were coming from here that they didn't know about. and they were like, what the hell? They thought it was just all of a sudden the system was false flagging. So it's unfortunately, it's a super shitty situation. Everybody has their finger in the pot. So what are the options if you don't view bot? Well, you just got to hustle. You got to work 10 times harder to be entertaining. Because the reality is, it makes it harder for you to grow, but not impossible for you to grow. Social networking with other streamers is one of the biggest things you can do, because they will help direct their audience to your channel. And if you're genuinely an entertaining person, and you are, you know, those people will be like, hey, I'm going to shoot this person a follow, and I'll pop back. You got to remember, these other streamers who are faking it, like, let me show you this cool extension I have. One second, let me make sure I don't accidentally... Oh, I shouldn't have closed that window, damn it. Now it's going to reset the data. So there's this streamer here, right? Who's brand new to the category and is very blatantly doing it. And I'm going to show you why. And once again, this isn't my hill to fight on. I'm not going to go from channel to channel trying to tell these people, stop doing it. I'm your dad. You need to stop. Ultimately, this is Twitch's battle. This is Twitch's battle, right? You know what? I'm going to make sure that this person... I don't want it to look like I'm witch hunting and then I get reported for that. But let me show you. There's an extension you can get for Twitch that is really, 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 really interesting. And the people who bought in the category, you can tell the difference. There's different tiers of people who view bot. There's some who blatantly view bot, and it looks like whatever company that they are hiring or using to do it is just trying to make a quick buck, and they're not trying to hide it. They're not. And then there's some others who are a lot more clever about it, but if you look even deeper in the data, you can see trends. I'll show you another one another time. The other streamer is not live currently, but there's something very different from her stream and other people's stream. I could actually show you Rapolis's data and show you what normal data looks like. Same with Biseptimus. You can tell the difference between normal data. Anyways, let's see. There we go. So we will clip that little name out there. So this is an extension you can get where it actually checks the accounts. There are some accounts that it has verified are bots. This channel, 90% of the viewers in that channel are bots. So this is the authenticated accounts, how many of them are authenticated as bots, and how many of them are actual users. One thing that's interesting about this data right here, this graph doesn't look that good right now because I accidentally closed the window and opened it back up. It tracks in real time. And, but if you go to the viewership, like, look at this. This gives a breakdown of every single viewer that's in the stream. And one thing you'll notice on the side here is they added a filter. You can see when those accounts were created. And 298 out of 331 of the viewers, all those accounts were made on July 2025. Right? Which is absolutely crazy. What's the probability that 90% of your chat all made accounts in the exact same month? Obviously, they're not real viewers, right? Those are fake accounts that were all made by some agency that is using those accounts for their view botting service. And there's another tell here. So this one, like, there's no bios in all these, and that's usually a good thing. In this case, it's blatantly obvious, right? But let me pull up Mr. Rapolis. You'll see a very big difference. 1 second, let me go back to the graphs. So this will populate over time too. It'll actually show how long each person, not each person, any accounts within that time frame, how long they spend in the channel. And you will see in some of these channels, like the specific accounts, they're in the second the stream goes live, and they're there to the second the stream goes down, right? They're in there the whole time. And that's also not a normal distribution of viewership. People trickle in and out of your stream. So when 90% of the viewers are there from beginning to end, that's obviously a giant red flag. I wonder if I can see Mr. Rapolis. Am I typing that correctly? Yeah, there we go. So you'll see with his data, right? Nothing. And you have a much more even distribution of accounts, right? Throughout, ever since December 2019, this is when the accounts were created. This is a much more reasonable distribution. And then you could go into the viewers and you'll see like there'll be a lot of empty ones, but there'll be random. You know, there are some people who will fill in their profile. Most people never fill in their profile. They have no interest in it, right? But most of the time you will see profiles of people who maybe they streamed 1 or 2 days and they're like, maybe I'll give it a try. And then they do a quick little profile. But like, they're very real feeling messages, real feeling profiles. Now there's another streamer. If she goes live later, I'll show you. But once she hits about 500, 600, 700 views, if you go through these profiles, like every single one of them is almost, it's a, like a philosophical AI generated. I don't like calling it an AI generated, but it feels like it's a very AI generated philosophical profile. And the even funnier thing is there will be a bunch of profiles in there that are actually advertising the actual ViewBot that they're using. So, yeah. As you let this run, it'll create a graph of their viewership and how it grows. It's really interesting when you look at the graph as they start to stream, because most streams, here, I'm going to close this now. Most streams unless they get a raid, right? Obviously a raid is an exception, but most streams will do this. They'll have like a really big burst, but it slowly kind of peters off. Sometimes it'll be like some ups and downs depending on what's going on in the category, depending on who's going live. But this is typically what they do. And then they'll eventually like hit a plateau, right? Maybe I should have added that near the end there. But they'll kind of hit a plateau and the viewership will stay roughly the same. They'll basically what's happening is they have basically an equivalent amount of turnover as they do like viewers, right? People coming in and leaving at an equalized rate. Well, there's some streamers where their graph is like this. It starts like this, and then it'll do this, and then it'll do this again. It's like steps, which is a blatant obvious. This is like the initial view bots, and then every now and then it'll throw a bunch more in there. It's like, it's hilariously obvious. Here, I'll get you guys the link. The thing about this extension is it isn't an official extension, so you need to manually install it into your browser. But here's a link to it. It's very easy to install. You basically just download it, extract the folder to your desktop or wherever you want. Then you open up your extensions in your browser. It works on Chrome, Brave. I think every Chromium browser it works on. I don't know if it works on anything that's not Chromium. It's all basically Chromium these days. But you got to put it into developer mode, and then you have to manually add it as an extension. And it's going to give you a warning. It's going to say, hey, this isn't an official extension. Are you sure you want to do this? but it's all open source. Before I installed this, I had Kinjara. He does development and shit like that and coding. I had him go through it before I installed it, and he says, yeah, everything in here looks good. There's nothing sketchy. But when you install that extension, it'll create a banner below their stream that says viewer metrics, and then it'll have a button to start tracking. You can unfortunately only track one channel at a time. But it's a really, really cool extension. And yeah, you'll realize there's so much data in there. And it's one thing for like maybe one or two things feel off about a channel. But when it's every single potential stat is all screaming the same thing, then you know, like if it acts like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's got to be a duck. And I think chat activity is the worst metric. And I know, unfortunately, it's one of the main ones people go to, especially in the BDO category. I actually think it's one of the worst metrics for detection because there's a lot of variables that affect it, right? So, for example, games that have drops in them, people will typically open those streams and go to work or go to bed because they want to collect their drops, right? And they're obviously not going to be actively chatting while they're gone. So that's going to affect the average chatting. Also, if you're streaming a game that is a very large global game, like BDO is actually a game where there's Korean players watching it, there's Russian players. We have people from all around the world that might be coming to the Twitch category, and they can't speak the language, but they still know what they're seeing on their screen because they play the game, right? So they might just come and hang out in a chat, but they're not going to be actively chatting because they don't speak the native tongue of the streamer. So that will also decrease chat activity. There's also streamers who don't understand how to properly explain these things, and if they get accused for viewbotting, instead of them taking the time to explain to their viewers what goes on in this category, they will just immediately ban people, and they don't realize that the people they're banning are the active chatters. The people who are going to go around to Twitch, different categories in Twitch and actively call people out, those are the people who are also the most likely to hang out in your chat and talk. So if you're constantly banning these people, you will also be reducing your average active chatters. So like there's a whole variety. You're wrong. Shut up. No, I'm not. Ban them. Get them out of here. Get them out of here right now. So like there's all these different things that will contribute to it or can contribute to a less active chat. That BDO is one more thing I forgot to mention too is when you're watching somebody play like a first-person shooter, like Shroud or something like that, you're typically not playing the same time he's playing. And if you are, you have to have the stream muted, so you can't really interact with him. Because if you're trying to play a shooter and he's playing a shooter, well, any gunfire and stuff that's going off in his game is going to throw you off in your game, so you're more likely to mute it. So typically, while you're viewing somebody in a category like that, your attention is full on the streamer for the most part, right? Where in a game like BDO, you're typically grinding while the streamer is grinding. So you can't exactly, especially, you'll notice there was a direct correlation when they started making spots difficult to the point where they could kill you. It was funny because you'll see certain chatters every 10 minutes or 12 minutes, you'll see them type for like a minute. And then they're gone again for like another 10 minutes. And it's because they're grinding a spot like Zephyros where they can't type during the normal grinding phase. They only get to type during the AFK phase, right? So you'll see those people just pop in, and unfortunately it creates a shitty environment for active chat, because if somebody starts typing something and like if I start yapping about something but you're in the middle of that grind phase and you can't talk, well, if the conversation is moved on 10 minutes later while you're in the AFK phase, you're not going to be like, oh well, I'm going to go back and make the streamer talk about that again. You're probably just not going to type at all, right? So, like, there's all of these different things that contribute to chat activity that especially affect the BDO category and bring the average chat activity down, that I think using chat activity as a measurement tool in the BDO category is a terrible, terrible stat to use. It's certainly something that can be considered, but definitely not the end all be all of calling somebody out for botting, because you'll notice in every single stream, whether it's anybody at the bottom or people at the top, you watch Biseptimus, Rapolis, Choice, when these guys have 1,000 viewers, their chat does not look like 1,000 viewer stream. It certainly looks a hell of a lot better than, like, let's say Janai's. But if you were to compare like a 1,000 viewer streamer in BDO to a 1,000 viewer streamer in like an FPS, it's a night and day difference. And that's just because BDO it's a different game, right? It's different in many different ways in terms of how it affects chat activity. And that was one of the things, I don't know if you guys remember, but when that whole thing went off with Blue Squadron, he started really calling out Ellie. And Ellie, to me, like, she even admitted during that there were some days where her data didn't look great. But there's so many things for Ellie that shows that she's like, they're all indicators that she's legit. She's super hyperactive in her chat. She's always pushing chat engagement. Her chat is always really active as well. She's constantly putting work into her stream, trying to improve it. And then you have another streamer where she does, like, it feels like the bare minimum. She barely even talks. She just sits there most of the time, brushing her hair every 10 minutes. And for some reason, she has triple the views, and it makes no freaking sense. Kiwi is super, super entertaining to listen to. My weapon is purple because you collect these things called Sovereign Lusters, and when you get 100 of them, you can get a pigment that you can apply to your gear, and it changes the color of the glow. There's only red and purple in the game now, but they do. They have at one point expressed their intent to add more colors. There's also streamers like Biseptimus, for example, who puts in tons of hustle into YouTube as well. One of the biggest things with streaming that I wish I had more time to do is I really should upload more YouTube videos. Like, it would be cool if you guys clipped more goofy moments that you found funny and I could just upload them as shorts. And on top of that, like, whenever something new comes to the game, I should do a quick little explainer of what it is and just upload the video, like a short video to YouTube about it. If I did that, there's a lot of potential for driving traffic from YouTube to Twitch. YouTube is an infinite, maybe not infinite, but a massively larger platform than Twitch, and it is an amazing tool for driving traffic to your Twitch. That's one thing you will find in common with some of the most successful streamers, is they also have active YouTubes. It's part of the reason why Blue is doing well. I can't remember, does Mr. Rapolis? I've never really looked at videos that he does. I don't know if he does videos, but Quindaya does well. He's constantly uploading videos. You have Biseptimus obviously does ton. YouTube is super important. And it's something like, that's one of the reasons why I decided to start multi-streaming, is because that allows me to, at least upload VODs to YouTube. Yeah, I was going to say, I could have swore I've seen Mr. Rapolis do them, like, here and there, but he's not, certainly doesn't appear to be the same activity as, like, those other guys that I mentioned. But yeah, that's one thing you'll find in common. Doing YouTube in combination with Twitch, it really is something that I need to start doing more of. I think I need to do it the Biceptimus way too, where I just do a little yap sesh on Twitch, make a highlight of it, and then upload that. Because I just do not have the time to sit there and edit a video. It spreads word of mouth more. It does, yeah, because like when a good video comes out, people will share it in their Discords. They will share it on Reddit. You know, if you're doing good titles and thumbnails too, it really helps like hit the algorithms. Got a lock on the clips, Tasty Kate style. That's my niche. Oh, great. I worry about those clips. I can't wait. 100 years from now, my kids are gonna see. They're gonna go be like, "Huh? I wonder what Grandpa did." And then they're gonna look it up, and they're gonna be like, "Oh." Ooh. They're gonna see. Well, no, that's the thing is they were AI, right? That's why I don't like those AI clips. The normal stuff I don't care about. I mean, I just sit here and I yap. I like to think of myself as a pretty objective, grounded person. Sometimes I get a little heated, but you know, in general, I like to think I'm pretty rational and objective. But then you have videos like this that people do make with AI, and 1 second, let's see if I can find one.
Hey chat, time to get some of that kimchi ramen, losers.
Like, why? Why? Right? Why? Or actually, I don't know if I can show this one. That one might not be safe for work.
Where's this water coming from?
How big my eyes are there. There's just so many goofy ones. Did something happen with Sora? Oh, what is this clip? Nakutsu? Holy crap. Oh my god. Wait, what? What? No way! You got the null? What? Yo, congrats. Now you just need to get the flowers. Now you still need like 1 million crow coins. But you basically cut the amount of bartering you have to do in half. Did you post a clip in chat? I thought I saw you post in chat. I just saw it in the Discord. Oh, you did? Okay, good. Yeah. Prices are also going down too because the people who have invested in RAM are freaking out about the new, I don't know what they call algorithms. They're basically they need like 1/6 of the RAM, or no, 1/8 of the amount of RAM, and it's like 6 times more efficient. So what do they get? The null. So that's it's the treasure item of the sea. Well, or basically half of it. Basically, you do sea monster hunting, hoping that by time you earn 100 flowers, because you get flowers as you're doing it, but you hope that by time you get 1,000 Okila's flowers, that you get the null before then. You never had an M.2 before? Oh, man. Not all M.2s are the same, too. There's some really quick ones. You are on SATA? I think you mean SATA. S-A-T-A, right? Welcome to 2020s. Yeah, it is. It is so nice. Ooh, I wonder what's going on with Artemis. The crew is waking up in an hour. It's probably gonna be like 2 or 3 hours, and Artemis is gonna actually be at the closest point to the moon. They're doing a lunar pulse oximetry. I don't know what that means. Daily planning conference, lunar conference, PAO. Maybe the PAO. What is PAO? I wonder if that's the point where they're going to be at the closest. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I've had for those of you who don't know, I'll drop this in chat too. But NASA has an official live stream up of the Artemis mission. Would I go to the moon? In a heartbeat. If I was ever provided the opportunity to even go around the moon or any of that, I would not hesitate for a second. I hope that in my lifetime there is a like civilian option for that. Maybe we do a ooh, chat. Maybe we do a stream goal. And then I live stream it. I know a lot of people are like, yeah, the rocket ride. would be the scariest part. You're basically lighting this giant firecracker under your ass, and you get pasted to your chair because of the amount of G's that it's pulling, right? The amount of acceleration. But to me, oh, that'd be such a thrill. Holy, that'd be so sick. Part of me is tempted to look up the how to do VTubing and the software and all that stuff for it. Not because I want to actively VTube, but I think we could have some funny things with it. We could have some fun with it. Go the exact opposite route. Most VTubers are trying to be super sexy and sexualize their content. I'd do the exact opposite. I'd make it like the WoW guy, right? Who's sitting at his PC. I can't remember his name. Did you find the artist to do it? Well, that's the thing, is it would be something I would do it myself, because like I'm not very artistic, but it's definitely not something I'd want to spend for like a super custom avatar, right? Like really good custom avatars apparently cost you in the thousands of dollars to have done, because it's a lot of work on all the different art for it. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't want to do something that is like a permanent representation of me, right? I'd want to. I like streaming with my camera on, so I can't wait once I get my office set back up and I can do that. But it'd be just something for like, I'd want to do something funny or goofy for like every once in a while when we're feeling like just being idiots. Turn it on. Maybe even make it like a redeem. I wonder if I could do that. I don't see why not. I could make it a channel point redeem where you guys can turn it on or turn it off or goof around with the camera. I'm sure I can. It seems super... The software I use to manage a lot of this stuff in my stream, like sound effects and stuff, is all run on my side, and it's all like... Let me show you guys what that looks like. There we go. Right, so this is the software here. You can also set it up with a Stream Deck, but I basically have all the sound effects and stuff in here. This is all running locally on my PC. And like when you guys redeem something, for example, like the flashbang, it basically just has a script with delays and what it focuses on, and it actually turns on filters.
My fucking head hurt when I realized how stupid I was.
Yeah, it turns on filters or whatever, right? Like the flashbang. Oh, I was on the flashbang, right? So like
it triggers the flashbang, which is just a filter in my OBS, just a white screen filter. But there's a bit of a delay, and it plays the sound effect. And then it actually turns the volume of the Spotify, the mic, and the game down to 0. And then over the next 3 seconds, it brings it back up to full volume. And then it's the same thing with
the white like color filter that goes over top. So when I run it, right, I have it actually behind there. But it basically just manually does all that. And then like some of these, I have it set up so it does it in like every single scene as well. I have to manually set it up. So I could do fun things with this too, where I can actually like have it affect the camera too. I could set up filters on the camera and let you guys play with the camera in real time. It's called Sammy. S-A-M-M-I. I don't know if there's good documentation on how to use it. There wasn't when I got it, so I had to just kind of fumble my way through it. I don't think it's overly complicated, but I like everything that I use for my stream to be on my PC. I don't like all these different websites where they're like, okay, sign up, make an account, ha ha ha, we got you hooked, now we're gonna start charging you money. So everything that I can't get handled on my side, I try to. What I would really like to do is figure out how they do the AI voices and stuff too, because like Monster TTS is $25 a month, which to me is insane. But it's like the only website, maybe there's more, I actually haven't looked in a while, but it's like the only good website for that currently. And it would be really nice to actually set up one of my secondary PCs here as the server for the AI TTS and just have it do that and have my main PC pull from that. But yeah, I like everything. I like to have full control over everything. Why did somebody X up in game? I don't get it. Do you think we'll see BDO 2.0 in our lifetime? Oh, 100%. There's no doubt in my mind. I think Crimson Desert, the engine that Crimson Desert was built on, right? Crimson Desert was originally designed, was going to be an MMO. So there's no doubt in my mind that while they were making that engine for Crimson Desert, even though they pivoted on Crimson Desert itself, I'm sure the engine was designed in a way that will enable them to make the next generation BDO in the future when they feel like the time is right. And a lot of the assets that they use for Crimson Desert, like textures, skins, models, just a lot of those systems, they very easily fit into what would be a BDO 2.0, right? So they're already getting like not only the framework done, but a lot of the picture done. Oh, good morning, Night. I'm over 100 hours in Crimson Desert. I absolutely love it, but unfortunately, I don't think I can stream it anymore. Unfortunately, Crimson Desert made it blatantly obvious to me that I'm either trapped in BDO or I need to do a hell of a lot more to build an audience that's here for me. Grow my audience that's here for me and not just BDO. Because my viewership tanks to about... Like, I can start the game, I could stream BDO and maybe get up to like 700 viewers, I said the number. And then switch over to Crimson Desert, and then like a few hours later I'm down to like 200. And I'm sure like, and that's starting with BDO. If I were to start with Crimson Desert, I'd probably peak at just a bit over 100, maybe 150, right? So it was definitely and something I already knew, but it made it super real the last 2 weeks. Because I thought, you know what, with a game like Crimson Desert, it would be an amazing kind of like potential launching point to being more of a variety streamer. Because there's obviously a lot of overlap between BDO and Crimson Desert, so I thought it would be a great way to retain a lot of my audience while playing something new. And I thought for sure there would be more people willing to hang around. I think a lot of it probably has to do with drops too. Like there's not a lot of drops in Crimson Desert. Once you get your 2 weeks worth of drops, there's basically no more drops for you. I don't know if there is something in Crimson Desert where they could do active weekly drops or daily drops, right? It is a single player game after all. But it definitely was an eye-opener that I need to do more. But I super appreciate you guys. There's a ton of you that doesn't matter what I'm playing, you guys will still pop in, hang out for a bit. You guys have no idea how much that means to me. I'm super appreciative of you guys, but I know I need to do a better job at growing more of you guys, not just for me, but for you guys too, right? Because obviously the more active the chat is, the more fun we all have, not just me. So I need to do more to find more people like us to add to the collection. But yeah, I take a massive... This is my job, right? So I take a massive viewership hit, and unfortunately... If it can't pay me like a job, then I gotta, you know, treat that portion of gaming as recreational, right? So, and unfortunately, Crimson Desert has proven to be such. I gotta treat it as something I kind of do more in my free time in the evenings, maybe when I have an hour here, an hour there. Oh yeah, definitely. There's a bunch of different factors, right? You had a ton of people who were massive, right? Someone getting 1,000 views in BDO is great for BDO, but when you compare that to the overall Twitch pool, right? We're just a little pond in an ocean. And in the ocean, there are some monsters out there. There are some big-ass streamers. And everything in between. So, like, on that day one or that first week of streaming Crimson Desert, people who are considered behemoths in the BDO category are guppies in the overall ocean, right? And that obviously affects your viewership a lot when you get pushed down, you know, off the first page of streams. But... my last stream was like, I've been watching the Crimson Desert category with that specifically in mind, because I was like, okay, now the first row, like even today, for example, right? And this was the same the other day when I started streaming it. But the first row now is no longer populated with people with like 10,000 views, and the first few rows, people with thousands of views. Now, like, by the time you get to the second row of streams, it's down to 200 or 300 views. So... you know, now, like, if I have 500-600 views, I can almost be on the... I'm on the first page, I'm just not in the first row now, right? But it's very clear that a lot of people who view those games, view Crimson Desert, they're already settled in the streams that they watch, and I think they're not actually going to the Crimson Desert directory and looking for someone to watch. I think a lot of them just say, hey, Coke Carnage is live, I'm gonna go watch him. Oh, he's playing Crimson Desert, cool. Right? They're already settled in their communities, and people like that, you're not going to get them to just wander through your channel very often. There's so few people like that. So, yeah, last, I guess it was Saturday, right? I had a pretty good amount of viewers in my stream. I said, okay, this is a good opportunity. I'll be in the second row of Crimson Desert, and let's see what kind of new viewers we can actually get in the stream to hang out with us today. Because now I have like a good starting point in the Crimson Desert, and yeah, it just throughout the day it just dropped and dropped and dropped. We've ended up finishing at like 180 by the end of the night, and yeah, revenue takes a massive hit as your viewership goes down. I had like a 14-hour Crimson Desert stream that effectively paid me less than like a 4-hour, some 4-hour BDO streams. So, yeah, like I said, it's just an eye-opener that I need to do more. I need to do more to make things entertaining, more to make people want to stick around, more socializing with you guys. You scout a Crimson Desert streamer that's BDO curious? Sounds kind of dirty. Yeah. It's there's a regular turnover with BDO, right? You'll have like, let's say, it's the same thing with like streaming as well as the game. Is you have people who come to the game, but you have an equal amount of people leaving the game, and it just kind of like this churn. And you see that it's directly tied to how well the game's doing, right? And like what the hype is, what hype is going on. Every time there's a ball or a dev note or something like that, new content, viewership jumps up, because not only do you have a lot of people who will return to the game, but you know, it potentially draws new people to the game. It's just definitely eye-opening of like, basically almost all of us BDO streamers, how much a prisoner we are to this category, that we are really at the mercy of Pearl Abyss right now. And if they ever decide to throw in the towel for BDO and stop supporting it, like a lot of these streamers that do okay, and you know, if they're doing this as a job, yeah, they're doing okay now, but there's not going to be a good transition to another game. It's just going to all of a sudden like they just lost their job and their revenue. Yeah, I thought Crimson Desert was going to be a great decision, a great opportunity for at least a single player. Obviously, single players and MMOs are completely different beasts. There was probably a missed opportunity that I realized like a week too late, where doing like YouTube shorts of like everything you found and just going crazy, just because there is so many Crimson Desert shorts popping up in my YouTube, and just doing a short like, hey, I just found this cool new item, you can find it here, opening your map and showing it, right? Or I had a really cool boss fight, this is it here, and making a short of that. Holy, that's where the real opportunity was with Crimson Desert. And I wish I set myself up in a way to have better capitalized on that, because I think that would have been a really good opportunity to capitalize on the hype of Crimson Desert and use it to drive traffic to my Twitch channel. But now, like, a lot of that stuff is discovered. There's 10 shorts on everything that's out now. Those don't make any money, but that's the thing, is it's not about the money, it's about the exposure, right? Because exposure leads to more money in the future. That's another thing, and this kind of goes back to advertisement, right? Whenever advertisers, they advertise at the Super Bowl, they advertise on Twitch, they advertise basically everywhere. They're not just advertising, they know that the amount they spend on advertising is always going to be higher than the ROI. But what they're trying to create is brand recognition over time as well, right? As they beat their product into your head, you might not initially be interested in that product, but there might come a day where you are like, okay, hey, look at that. I do want to buy this thing. And then you're standing there in the store and there's 10 different brands for that thing. Well, the one that you've been exposed to the most is the one that you're most likely to reach out to the shelf for, right? That's what those companies are paying for, is that brand recognition. And it's the same thing with streaming, right? There's a lot of different ways you can advertise your channel, and it's going to feel like a waste of your time in terms of revenue, but you are creating more brand recognition. Right? If somebody sees a bunch of shorts and, like, let's say they're like, oh, you know what? I'm going to go check out this game Crimson Desert. I'm going to see who's on Twitch. And all of a sudden they see your face in the list of streamers. And they're like, hey, I recognize him. I saw some of his shorts. They're more likely to click on your channel. Yo, what's up, Abyssal? And yeah, the ultimate success for a product is when your brand becomes synonymous with the product. Band-Aid, for example, Kleenex, Kraft Dinner, Q-Tip. These are all brands, but now they're synonymous with the product. You say any of those brands, and people know exactly the product you're talking about. That's the ultimate success that advertising does for you. Or when you have those little jingles too, like even some smaller things like my money and I want it now. You say that phrase, almost everybody in North America, and maybe even, I think that's just a North America thing, but everybody knows what you're referencing. Jet 2 holiday, yeah. Hefty, 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 yeah. Wimpy, wimpy, wimpy. So yeah, like these commercials and stuff, the ROI on them initially is not like, it's not like they put out that commercial, spend $1 million on it, and then they immediately get a $1 million increase in sales, right? That month. No, what happens is it creates that brand recognition, and over time, you know, through repetitive advertising, it allows them to build their brand. What happened to Mr. Repulse's stream? Did it just go down? I'm not sure if it's worth it to push 3K. It really isn't. Mastery is one of those things where it's super easy to push 2K, and that's where you get most of your benefit. What most people should do is do your Olvia Academy, get the life skilling set from that, and just sit on that for a long time. And then there will come a day where you could be like, okay, I'll push the crystals and stuff to go a bit further. But like pushing from 2K to 3K is such a minimal benefit. Twitch has been funky for him today. I had it happen, and I thought it was NVIDIA broadcast. I wonder exactly what happened to him. But I had it. I was multi-streaming and using Twitch Enhanced Broadcasting. And my Twitch stream, it's like it went offline and then online. But it didn't tell me, like OBS didn't know I went offline. And like none of my other streams, like YouTube or Kick, didn't go offline. It was just Twitch, and it was like instantly kicked out and then back in. Maybe I do need a jingle, but you know what we need? A name or a brand that is a lot more to jingle with, or a lot better to jingle with. I remember way back in the day, right? When it was like me, Vert, and Max streaming. We were like some of the main streamers. Blade Boaks was still streaming at the time. But I remember like whenever Mac would raid somebody, it was a Mac attack. Whenever Vert would raid, I guess it was Vert Squirt. And we're like, what do we do with Zethian? They're like, what, Methian? It's like, I don't know about that. What's this song? This is fucking Green Day. I can't remember the name of the song. Boulevard? No, it's not Boulevard of Broken Dreams. There's a song command here. Oh, Wake Me Up When September Ends. Yeah. Yeah, I just went back to 11 minutes ago, and it sounds like the exact same thing happened to him that happened to me the other day. But I don't think he uses Twitch Enhanced Broadcasting. Because when that happened to me, I assumed it was Twitch Enhanced Broadcasting because it was my first time using it again in a while. Yo, what's up, Mendoza? Twitch backend changed versions today. You know more specifics about that? It is such a weird situation, yeah. Mr. Rapolis, his little comment there kind of says it all too, as from a streamer's perspective. It's like, it's not like it affects our livelihood or anything. It's super annoying when that shit happens. I don't know, maybe they're working on something new, something better, and that's why. But only allowed AV1. Well, there might be a push for that. I don't know if you saw recently, but H.264 is about to get up to 45 times more expensive for some companies, and I imagine Twitch might be one of them. Right now, there's a annual fee of $100,000 that Twitch has to pay for X264 or H264, right? And that fee is going up to a max of $4.5 million. So it makes me think that maybe they're doing a last-minute push. Maybe they know AV1's eventually going to just take over. And from what I understand, AV1 is also like open source and free, I think. Probably a lot I don't know about it, to be honest. But maybe they're just trying to get like a last-minute pinch out of it. Even H.265 recently increased their cost too. The biggest issue with AV1 though is it's significantly more hardware intensive than the other two, right? As compression gets more, as you do more and more compression, that means the client side has to do more and more decompression, right? So they're basically trying to get that process of compression and decompression more efficient. But, you know, bit per bit, AV1 is significantly better at compressing. There's also a lot of hardware out there. You got to remember, a lot of people will hold on to old hardware for quite a while, and their hardware just isn't capable of it. Like the 30 series cards, I believe, were the first ones that could decode AV1. And then the 40 series were the ones that could encode it. Otherwise, it would all have to be done by your CPU. And like if you have a phone in your pocket, you know, their CPUs are obviously limited and you're all operating on battery life there as well. So having your CPU going crazy trying to live decode a stream is going to be a significant drain on your battery. Well, it's more effective, but not necessarily more efficient. It can be both, right? It can be both at the same time, where technically, bit per bit of quality, it's more efficient, but because it's doing so much more compression, it's also more intensive, so... it can be both at the same time. Yeah. Well, it's significantly more efficient with the bitrate, but the compression and decompression still has to be done, right? the compression and the decompression. But it's clear, it's really clear that AV1 is the future. And yeah, if these other companies for X264 or H264 and H265 keep increasing their prices, they're just going to continue to add more and more incentive for platforms to move over to AV1 as a standard. You can't stay outdated on hardware support forever. Tell that to the Amish. Yep. You need more practice in the Sage 1v1s? Yeah. Go fight Calb. He's super fun to fight 1v1. You just got to pay attention to the starting animation, right? Like, you can tell a spear bolt as he's about to throw it. You can see Impaling Flash. And once you know, like, what the ability is using, you know approximately where he's going to land. And just know which of those abilities are actually a threat. I mean, family has like half the Awakened Sages that are left on the server. I'm sure there's plenty of people for you to just duel with. Am I excited for the RBF changes? No, RBF is still going to be dead to me. They never touch on the actual problem. Need to add new maps? No, new maps aren't the problem. That's something, it just fundamentally is broken. Maps are something that should definitely come later, though, once they get the actual problems resolved.
Have you ever had a dream that you could go
Gear locking isn't the primary problem either. Once upon a time, RBF was significantly more popular than it is now. And there was no gear locking then. And then they added a gear capped one, and the gear cap one was popular for about a week, and then everybody went back to the geared one. That's also not the primary problem. The primary problem is the queuing, the bullshit mechanics you have in the RBF, that there's no good explanations anywhere, as well as the consumables. There's a massive power spike because of gear, but it's not because of gear, if that makes any sense, which I know it doesn't. Let me explain. The people who are geared the most are going to die the least, and because they die less, they can afford to use more consumables. Also, because they're more geared, not only can they afford to use more consumables because they have more money in their pockets and less that they have to work on, but because they die less, it actually legit just costs them less silver, right? So it affects their pocket in two different ways. And The people who are under-geared, well, they can't afford to use consumables because they have a lot to work on, and they don't have a lot of money. And they're dying more. So it creates this massive difference. And the difference between somebody with consumables and without consumables is larger than most of the gear differences. The stat difference between gear from like your average player and your main player is, I'm willing to say it's less than the consumable difference in stats. So, but you now have both of these things compounding on each other, making it much worse. And then on top of that, you have systems like in the Valencia RBF that don't explain the debuff circles. The debuff circles are very poorly designed on top of that. And people without consumables and less gear are now standing on a point where they're experiencing a massive DP debuff and they don't know it. And then somebody with gear and consumables who does know this shit comes flying in and one-shots them. Because you have all of these things compounding on each other. But out of those things, the gear is actually one of the least consequential of it. I don't think there's anything wrong with rolling in with full buffs and consumables, though, because like that's just how characters feel. Forcing people to not use those would make their characters feel weird. They just need to have a vendor that sells RBF consumables for 1 silver. Or make it like when you leave your spawn in RBF, you get a buff that massively increases your evasion, right? And your DP in general, temporarily for like 30 seconds. Well, just make it so you also get a buff that gives you all of the consumable stats. So people don't even have to buy consumables. It just automatically gives it to you when you leave the spawn area in RBF. Now everybody has it. And guess what that does too? That dramatically increases the profit per hour in RBF because your consumables can, in some cases, your consumables are eating up all your profit. And then just make it so when you leave RBF, it strips the buffs. Because we know Perlibus can do that, right? They do it with like a pure Blackstone. If you try to pop a pure Blackstone and go into like a boss rush, it'll strip that buff off you. Just do the same thing with the RBF buffs. Have an RBF exclusive buff that's popped on you when you leave the safe zone. It's the equivalent of your harmony and your perfume and your food. And as soon as you leave RBF, it strips that buff off you, so you can't use it outside of RBF. Boom. Now you've addressed one of the largest, if not the largest, contributing factors to the power difference between players in RBF, but you've dramatically increased the profit of RBF for everybody participating. No, we'll never get Shadow Arena back. I mean, I guess I should never say never, but I think Perlibus has too much pride to bring it back. At this point, I don't even know if we're going to get Hardcore back. At this point, I don't even know if we're going to get Solaire back. We're not getting anything back. Solaire, Hardcore, what are those? Is that the name of a sex tape? Game is shit anyway. I think it's a great game. I just think that if there's one thing Perlibus is consistent with, is being inconsistent. That's about it. I think it all boils down to that. Perlibus feels like a kid with ADD. they just get on this. They get excited about something, and then they work on it for a bit, and then they get excited about something else, and they forget about the previous thing, and they're just constantly all over the place. They just keep getting distracted with new things, and they lack follow through and consistency. Crimson Desert is an ADD playground. I saw a little 60-minute... Here, I'm going to link it to you guys. I linked it to Kinjara last night because I was like, this is probably the best explanation of Crimson Desert. I wonder if I could do this. I'm going to try doing this as a browser source. I've never done this before. Can I pull up a YouTube short? Oh, I don't think you guys can hear the audio, can you? Shit. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Okay, fuck it. I'm just gonna link it in chat. I don't want to set up the audio source and everything for it. That's like the best breakdown of Crimson Desert. Kinjara brought to my attention a glaring problem with potential Crimson Desert endgame. That apparently people are reaching, like, people who have been going crazy and completing everything, they're reaching a point where all the camps are cleared out, things aren't respawning, and now there's just the random encounters between places. Like when you have a couple bandits sitting on the side of the road and that's it. because everything else has been done. And it leaves you with nothing really replay-wise to do. I was saying to Kinjaro, they should add an option where, like, you know, you go to your bed and sleep for 8 hours? They should have an option where you go to the dock and you travel for like 3 months or something, right? And then when your character returns, it's just like a little animation phase. Maybe it shows the boat, shows some random images or video or whatnot. But then all of a sudden the boat returns and you come back, and like bandits and stuff have taken over forts and repopulated areas, and it'll assign like new random bosses to different forts that you now have to go back through and clear back up. Yeah, I can't believe that. That surprised me. When you showed me Joe Never Fails was posting on that Reddit, I was like, what the hell? And then I checked his user ticket, and he's been going crazy with Crimson Desert. He's been super active on the Crimson Desert Reddit. Joe has always been pretty notorious for bad takes, though. So... It made me wonder, though, maybe we'll see a resurgence of Joe. Right? There's a lot of people, if they used to play if they used to play BDO and they played Crimson Desert, it kind of gives them a bit of that BDO itch once they're done with Crimson Desert. So who knows, maybe when Joe's done with Crimson Desert, maybe he ends up coming back to BDO. Most single-player games don't have much of an end game outside of New Game Plus. No, most don't. But it'd be nice if we had more. There's also what Kinjaro's probably about to type. There's also an issue where, like, if you're trying to 100% the game, apparently if you there might come a point where you can't do some things because you cleared them out at earlier points in the game. And now you can't go back and finish the stuff that was involved in that area. So you actually just can't 100% it anymore. You lock yourself out of 100%ing it. Which... that is a huge problem, because I think people who want to 100% games are highly more likely to have OCD. And if they get to the point where they can't 100% it, that is so toxic. That is so toxic. To be honest, that's on them. Well, I mean, the game shouldn't be. It's on both. Maybe we'll just patch the game. Well, I mean, you can say that, but there's lots of things in BDO that we wish were patched and they didn't. I mean, you could hope Crimson Desert is different, and it's certainly in its honeymoon phase with its development, right? It just came out. They're trying to make sure public sentiment about it is overall positive. So they're super hyperactive on patching now, but I think it's very reasonable to assume the patch frequency will diminish over time. Yeah, that's weird. That guy's obviously a dent. Figured you'd be on Joe's side about that. What do you mean? No. I don't think so either. Especially in a game like that. I don't know about manually doing it. I think that'd be a lazy way for them to do it. I'd like to see something a little more natural feeling. That's what I was thinking, like a little bandit. They should have like a system where a little bandit camp shows up, and if you leave it, they slowly grow and expand. So if you want like a nearby fort to eventually be taken so you can go back and complete a quest on it, you basically just leave those bandits to kind of grow, right? You leave them to their own devices. I'm pretty sure it is Byaku. Yeah. So if like you have a village or something that you have a challenge or something to do there, you just kind of leave them. Imagine if they did that with other characters. What if you could swap to a character that is actually allied with the bandits, and you can play that character for a bit and grow their camp and take forts, and then you can go back and take it on your other character, take it back. I guess what that would lead to is people would probably figure out what's the best fort to kind of just keep swapping back and forth and do that. But I mean, it's a single player game. If people want to do that, who cares? It's not like it's a competitive game. That's not hurting anybody if they do decide to do that. Hiding your shield? Yeah, see, they let you hide your helmet now, which is awesome. I personally like the shield, so it doesn't bother me at all. But I can see a lot of people. Oh, that is coming? Look at that. Those shards are used to make cups for your accessories. Gives your accessories a little bit more stats. From what I could see, they recycled a lot of BDO stuff and did better. Do you think these could affect BDO in the future, like enhancing BDO with stuff they created in Crimson Desert? I mean, there's certainly a possibility that some of those systems or some aspects of those systems could possibly translate to BDO, but there's obviously going to be limitations based on the engine for sure. Like fishing and horse training, for example, are two things that, to me, are so much more enjoyable in Crimson Desert than in BDO. Especially the fishing. Like, I mean, it's simple, but it's not as boring as BDO's. I like how they do the out of bounds too in Crimson Desert. How if you go out of bounds for like too far and you stay out of there, like some event happens that basically kills you. Instead of you just hitting this wall that doesn't let you pass further. It's just all of a sudden you can't go there. And then, like, I saw one clip where a guy was like out in sea in his rowboat and he went like super far out of bounds. And then all of a sudden he got that, got the out of bounds warning. The 30 seconds elapsed. And then all of a sudden a fucking kraken came up and grabbed his boat and sunk him and he died. Like, that's such a cooler way to handle the out of bounds. Or maybe it was a whale. Why was I thinking the kraken? Actually, now that I think about it, it was a whale. Maybe I'm thinking of a movie trailer I watched. But yeah, there was like a whale. There was something that happened that just ended up killing him. Like, that's such a better way to do out of bounds. Oh, Kajara. That is funny. I spent, I only got like maybe an hour or 2 hours playing Crimson Desert yesterday, but I just spent a ton of time upgrading my camp, finding more Greymanes, upgrading my camp. Finally got a worker where I could do the wagon thing. Actually, the quest that I finished last night on was annoying. I had to actually take a wagon with Jan and basically go to Shikatu's fort, grab some black pepper, and take it all the way to Demonesis on the wagon. And I couldn't stop or pause at all during that quest. It won't let you pause. Or sorry, it'll let you pause. It won't let you save. So I was just like, fuck, I have to do this quest. You relocated your camp to Payloon? I don't recommend doing that. You can do that? I was wondering, because I see that I can actually work on developing Payloon, but I haven't done anything with that yet. I like Jan. Jan is in my opinion, Jan is the main character. He has so much more interesting dialogue. You have so much more... You know so much more about Jan than you do about Cliff. Jan believes he's the main character as well. He does, doesn't he? Really, Diesel? Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know. 'Cause I like Howling Hill. I like the way it's all set up. I actually wish the waypoint was in the middle, but it's all fine being off to the side. So that's interesting. It doesn't seem like Mr. Rapulus uses Twitch enhanced broadcasting. So maybe that issue I had the other day was completely unrelated to Twitch enhanced broadcasting. Maybe it's just something weird that's going on Twitch. Because he had what would appear the exact same problem I had. I need to keep streaming, and if that problem happens to me again without using Twitch Enhanced Broadcasting, then maybe I'll try Enhanced Broadcasting again, because then maybe it's something new that Twitch is doing on their end. Yeah, if he is using Twitch Enhanced Broadcasting, then I still think it was, but he said he has to check to see if he has it on, which leads me to believe that he doesn't. And if he had the same thing happen to him with it off that I had with it on, then it must not have to do with that. Yeah, I had to restart that wagon quest once because in the middle of it, I took a bit of a wrong turn and I ended up jumping off a cliff. And it's like a cliff that a horse would handle very well, but apparently a wagon doesn't. And the wagon hit the ground and broke and killed my character. And I had to restart. I gotta go AFK for a minute. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. It's like we're just a few hours away from Artemis reaching the apex of their adventure. You know what's awesome? I don't know how many of you guys have played Kerbal Space Program or how much you played it, but one thing that game does really well is the orbital mechanics and just a lot of that shit. And if you played a lot of that game, it really gives you like a much larger appreciation for what they're doing and a much better understanding. I wonder how much they've updated Kerbal Space Program too, because that was something they were working on. I wonder if it got abandoned. I remember I pre-ordered it, and then it like they did like an early release, but it wasn't like a full release. More of early access, right? That kind of shit. And I played it briefly, but it had very minimal added to it. I wonder how much they've updated it. Okay, let's go get a paint drop. I need a full purple Sovereign paint so I can get both my weapons done. I'm honestly half tempted to buy the last one. It's live on YouTube. I don't think Twitch. Here's the YouTube link, though. That's a different one than you were watching? Yeah, that one, if I'm not mistaken, is the official NASA one that I linked. Actually, I don't know if it's the official NASA one. I guess just because it says NASA spaceflight doesn't mean it's by NASA. They are farming, though. Live stream non-stop for how many days? Like, even now at this point, there's like still 7,000 people watching. Holy, just leaving that shit on 24/7. BTS, the astronauts? Yeah, imagine they do it like fucking Asian Andy. They're trying to sleep and all of a sudden you're like, Siri, what's my location? Your location is approximately 245,000 miles from Earth. Oh no, goddammit, now everybody knows where we are! What if it said Area 51? Could you imagine? You are currently in Studio 5 in Los Angeles. Oh, shit. That'd be funny as hell. Where's the link? Oh, 1 second. I'll post it on YouTube too. Sorry, my bad. Did that not posted in all of them? No, it just posted it there. Here we go. I'm not much into astronomy or mythology or shit like that, but a cool thing that I learned yesterday was that apparently Artemis is Orion's sister. That I thought was pretty cool. It's pretty fitting. Or Apollo. Artemis? Apollo? Orion? I can't remember. I'm mixing up 3 names, but some shit like that. I like when there's meaning behind the naming scheme like that. Have you seen the Jupiter thirst traps? Holy. What kind of thirst we talking about? Because I'm feeling kind of thirsty. Yeah. True, right? Either Jupiter takes the blow, or the gravity from Jupiter pulls the object in and like slingshots it back out of the solar system. It's kind of crazy. And then you have Uranus. I hear that place is a shithole. Oh, fuck. Don't you guys fucking dot me. I know you guys are sitting there while you're typing those dots, you got a big ass grin on your face, like maybe even a little chuckle. Final season was better on the second watch. Was there some shit that we missed? I'm just hoping the final fight was gonna be fucking epic. They revived group grind zones. There actually is a new good group grind zone. Holy, thank God that last word didn't start with a G. Oh, did Mr. Republic's stream die again? Damn it. How am I supposed to get my content on the side?
Have you ever
Yo, Ryuzaki, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Keep DMs. You guys better not be getting dirty in those DMs without me. You guys want to hear a dirty joke? 2 elephants fell in a mud puddle. 3 came out. Man, I can't wait for leftover turkey today. Holy, I just remembered. You didn't get it? But both elephants fell in there and fornicated. Had a baby and came out. But the joke is also dirty because it's a mud puddle. So it's dirty in 2 different ways. Doesn't it always make a joke better when it's explained? What you doing? Huh? Oh. Maybe we should shave the dogs so they don't have dog hair anymore. What do you think? They'd be so cold. I bet they'd look so goofy. I'll shave my head at the same time so I can be with them. Oh, man. Wait a minute. Oh, chat. I'm gonna miss you guys. No, that's not what I meant to click. God damn it, at least we got one. Oh, a new system of a down cover. I show my crystal setup? Yeah. This is what I'm using for crystals currently. I can open up this window too. Might be easier to screenshot this. Anybody know exactly when Star's End came out? What was the date on that? Is the Black Spirit Crystal worth it? If you need Monster AP, yeah. The Black Spirit Crystal can be upgraded into the Rebellious Crystal. It takes a Voltara Crystal, a Black Spirit Crystal, and one other crystal. I can't remember the third one. But you combine the three of them and they turn into the Rebellious. Someone posted that yesterday, huh? Wait, what? Oh, Awakened Crystal, thank you. Yeah, that's the third crystal. January 22nd. Ah, damn, the end of January. I was just thinking it'd be kind of cool to just save all my trash loot for a full year. I know I've at least been saving since Star's End came out. I still have all my Star's End trash. Maybe we save it up till January 22nd of 2027. Oh yeah, the main quests were miserable. Having to do that to get those things. So, all my Crimson Desert enjoyers, question for you guys. What is your favorite fight so far? Like, what is the most epic feeling fight? I have two. Fighting Goyen I did not expect that. Although the fight, it felt epic because obviously I have more of an attachment to Goyen. But the fight that actually I feel looked the most epic was Ludwig. Holy, that second phase when he's just fucking RP walking at you with the lightning around him and shit. Oh my god. The Mountain Spirit, where you had a friend. I don't know if I've done that one yet. The Autunumbra. I don't recognize that one either. It's probably one I haven't got to yet. Part of me wishes... Is there a limit to how many save files you can have? Part of me wants to go through that game and just create a new save before every single boss. So if I ever want to go back and fuck around with a boss... I tell you mine, it would be a spoiler? Okay, I appreciate you guys. Maybe it was a bad question. Man, imagine if we had bosses like that in BDO. Holy, the bosses are so... Even the shittiest bosses feel so much better than any boss in BDO. Yeah. Crimson Desert's initial combat definitely feels better than BDO's initial combat. Do you remember back in 2016, like just your main hand classes, like combat was so much slower, and you know it was great for the time, right, compared to other games, but I'm really curious if we're going to see that same evolution with Crimson Desert combat. Where it's just going to keep getting better and better as they do more, like, DLCs for it. Yeah, I've been pretty minimal with the effects from Abyssal Gears. I've been mainly just focusing on, like, just the raw stats. I was actually thinking of dropping some of my movement speed, because the 15 movement speed seems to be kind of messing with me at times when navigating. And I need 2 Abyssal Gears for it. So what I'm thinking of doing is actually dropping both Abyssal Gears, which will drop me down to 9 movement, and then maybe just upgrade one of my earrings to get 1 movement back and sit at 10. And then that'll open up 2 more Abyssal Gear slots for something else. Maybe some more HP regen or something. Yeah, there's a lot of different little Abyssal Gears you can get, too, that have combat effects, right? Not just in your weapons, but there's some you can put in your armor and your shield. And I imagine if you just fully load on that shit, you're just looking like a freaking tornado of abilities. Yeah. I like it too, but I do agree with Diesel. There should be some... I feel like there should be more of a limit. Change your damn battery. Maybe you need to change your battery. You want to get to grinding? What do I do at 20 billion silver? Get more AP. The answer is always more AP. Type exclamation mark workshop though. There's a link to Byrog's workshop. Yeah, it's an AP enhancement or AP gear path. And you basically just find out, like, you take a look down the list, see what items you already have, which ones you don't, and then continue from there. Fill in any holes that there might be first, and then go down from there. Absolutely fantastic website made by Byrog. Can you telescope to me? Yeah, definitely. I am on Serendia 4? Yeah. Oh, is that you? I saw you X up earlier and I was like, what is he Xing up for? Who is that? Oh, did you? Gotcha. Damn, should have got you to do them on my channel. Oh my goodness. Hey, what's up, Guapota? Is Sage easy to use for grinding? I mean, it is for me because I'm comfortable with it. A lot of people say no, but I think it's subjective. I'd say give it a try. If you're looking for the ultimate chill class, it's Awakened Guardian. I don't know if there'll ever be a class that's more chill than it. It's not always the best, but it's always the most chill. Yeah, Awakened Witch is really good these days, but I think Awakened Witch can die easier if you get complacent, where Guardian's like super tanky. That is the best rotation. If you're massively over clearing it though, you need to pay more attention to your towers and your orbs. Specifically the towers, right? You don't want to be double stacking things, because it's just going to make you over clear harder. So, like if you have an orb spawn for that rotation, pay attention to the towers that you kill, and if any of them are accelerating towers, make sure you don't kill them. Because there's no point getting the weapon buff when you're going to be on track to overclear anyways, and then basically just leave those towers up until you don't have the orbs anymore. And same thing if you get the accelerating towers. If you end up getting like a couple accelerating towers in the same rotation, make sure you just, like if you have an accelerating tower running on you right now, make sure you don't kill another one. Because it's just going to cause you to overclear and then it's not beneficial to you. Got to make sure you're spacing out those buffs. That's the most effective thing you can do. You can even save your Z buff too, right? While you got those things rolling, don't pop your Z buff, and then as soon as you see that you have none of those things in front of you, then pop your Z buff. Kind of an opposite approach, right? Where other grind spots, you're just constantly trying to go as fast as you can and make that faster. At these spots, it almost feels like you're trying to improve when you're at your slowest and focus on that. Or you can do what I do. Just put on XP artifacts and get a heck of a lot more XP and let, you know, like not running Vicious Shadows or something like that, slow you down a bit so you don't run into as many overclearing issues. No, Sangoon gives the earth buff for drop rate. Yeah, C7 and higher. Basically, look at these, right? If it's fire, then it's AP. If it's moon, then it's DP. And if it's earth, then it's drop rate. You see by the icons there. Yeah. Yeah, I personally don't need Changui, but I'm way over the AP cap anyways. Yeah, drop rate's the most beneficial one. You don't have to go out of your way to do that stuff, though. I'm perfectly fine without it. Yeah. I wish they'd let us do our bosses as many times as we want. Obviously, just give you rewards for like your top 5 times, I guess. But otherwise, it should just, you should be able to just do the bosses without rewards for just the buff. Ooh, 1 hour to the daily planning conference. Artemis. That'll probably be interesting to listen to. Basically tell us the plan for the day, because today's the big day. What's today? Today's the day that Artemis reaches its closest approach to the moon. How long do I grind in a day? Lately, it's been a lot less, but usually it's like 4 or 5 hours. I think you're looking into the race of people way too much. Reminds me of that meme from Always Sunny when he's got that board and he's got bags under his eyes and he's trying to connect a whole bunch of dots. You guys know the one I'm talking about? You still think it's all a hoax? I think this is why I really want commercial spaceflight to be more available. I want people to be able to hop on a rocket and take a little cruise around Earth or take a little cruise around the moon. The same way you hop on a boat and take a cruise around the ocean. I mean, radiation is a problem, but we already know how to protect yourself from radiation. Take a look at when you go for an X-ray, right? They put a little lead vest over your private parts or other areas of your body, and the lab tech who takes the X-ray gets behind a lead shield. The whole room is shielded. We have plenty of ways of shielding from radiation. The reason why it is so much more complicated on a spacecraft, though, is lead is actually really heavy, right? And every pound that you bring up to orbit makes it, you know, significantly more expensive to get your shuttle up. Because not only do you need more fuel, not only do you need to make sure you have sufficient thrust to bring your total payload up to orbit, but you need to, you know, have the fuel to get there. And the more weight you have, the more fuel you need. And the funny thing about fuel is fuel also has more weight. So as you add more fuel to carry the thing you need to bring to space, you need also more fuel on top of that to carry that fuel. And it actually snowballs quite heavily. You use gravity to get out of bed? No. I don't know. I'm not here to try to convince anybody of anything. You want to convince me that the landing on the moon was a hoax? You want to convince me that spaceflight is a hoax? Show me the incentive. I mean, you create a really goofy situation when you're like, oh, well, the pictures look fake to me. This foreign environment that humans very rarely get to experience looks foreign to me, therefore it must be fake because the pictures look foreign. It creates this feedback loop that it's like, okay, well, if you're not going to believe video and pictures, well, now you've left no way to prove it aside from you strapping you to the tip of the rocket and bringing you up to space. Because now at that point, that's the only way. Because you effectively demonstrate that you're not going to believe anything you see or that you're shown. The only way you believe it is with your own eyes. So at that point, it's not really a conversation that can be had anymore, right? Now it's like, okay, well, guess it is what it is. You know what it takes? One ticket, please? Hey. That's like I said, man, I can't wait for them to do commercial space flight. And you can just like treat it like a cruise ship. They have a little ship up in space where you take a rocket, it docks with it, and you sit on there for a couple weeks. Looking down at the Earth, looking up at space, or out at space, I guess. Technically, there is no up. But, you know, as you make that more and more accessible to the general public. Yeah, Elon is working on it, yeah. Getting the cost down is the major step towards commercial spaceflight, right? Because if every single time you took a plane somewhere you had to throw away the plane, nobody would ever be able to fly. So hopefully it's in my lifetime. Yeah. Definitely getting the cost down dramatically as well as safety going up, right? Which is super important. I mean, it's very clear the motivation for Artemis is because of China, right? China landing, actually, I can't remember how many they landed, but you know, China and Russia trying to visit the moon. You know, America doesn't want to be one-upped. Because it gets significantly more expensive, right? And the plan is, there already is a plan in motion to land on the moon. But you do things in increments. Also largely to do with public relations, right? You do things in increments and you keep the you keep people excited about it. It's every step of the way they can talk about it. Well, it's all about relativity, right? When you land on the move, you got a moon. Like, take a look at the rockets that they're using, right? If all of a sudden you want to land, if you want to land a module on the moon, you need to carry that module and the fuel required to both land and lift back up off the moon, up with you. Which means every step along the way, you need more thrust and you need more fuel. And you have significantly more points of failure, right? As you add more things to the mix. Been a long ass time. More thrust, you say, huh? Yeah, you got some of that. You can add all that in post. True. True. You know what's good for morale? Doing hard things. You know what's bad for morale? Failing to do failing to do hard things and people dying because of it. It in fact has the complete opposite effect. That and failing enhancing session. Equally devastating, true. Especially if it's like a deck sovereign weapon. And you dump like 100 clicks into it. Isn't it so nice as BDO players, we actually have these relatable situations? I also genuinely believe that this is primarily a recon mission, right? They are going to, from what I understand, not only the dark side of the moon, but they want to scout out on the southern pole the craters that are there to make a plan on where to land there, because from what I understand, right, just like the North Pole and the South Pole, the sun is always like kind of just hovering around the horizon. It's never straight up in the sky, and because of that, some of the craters on the North and South Pole are deep enough that sunlight never gets inside of them. So the reason why they're interested in these craters is as asteroids and stuff collide with the moon, if it's in an area where there could be direct sunlight on it, right? When there is direct sunlight on it, because there is no atmosphere, basically anything that is deposited in that crater from the asteroid can just evaporate out. Where on these southern poles, and because some of these craters are deep enough and the sun's low enough on the horizon, that there's some parts in some of these craters where the sun never hits. So those are the areas where there's most likely to be potential water deposits from asteroids just sitting at the bottom of that crater for who knows how many years. And that's what they're interested in. So I think this is primarily a recon mission so they can make a plan of where they want to land in 2029. Don't bring alien germs here. See, that's where you and I agree. Who knows what the hell is up there? And our immune systems obviously have no immunity built up to it. They could end up bringing something down that turns the frogs. What's that word? I can't remember. Why do we think aliens are from space, though? Well, alien describes something that isn't from where you're at. So technically, when the astronauts are on the moon, they are aliens because they're alien to the moon, right? It's all relative to your location. What if they find a humanoid up there? That'd be crazy. What you doing? Would we even know if we've seen an alien? Because we may not recognize it as such. True. We assume that, right? We assume that aliens will look like all the things we've seen in movies, but that's the crazy thing is we don't know what we don't know. It could be something completely different. What if we find an ancient pyramid up on the dark side of the moon buried? And when they're in that crater, they find the tip, they dig it out, there's a door. They go into the door, and there's an ancient race of 8-foot-tall Amazonian women who have been desiring us from Earth the whole time. And we can bring them back to Earth. That'd be great. Yo, you never know. You don't know what you don't know. They look like Guardians? I'm down. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's why we explore. Someone check this man's notepad. My notepad is so boring. Let me open it up. It has some stuff I need for some minor repairs and stuff I want to do around the house. So the next time I go, I can write it down and take it with me to the Home Depot. And then I have another list of just to do. That's it. Those are my 2 notepads I've opened. The to-do things will be like things I want to do with the stream. I just gotta find time, like little upgrades and stuff I want to make. Show you guys? Well, you wouldn't believe me if I showed you. You'd be like, oh, he just closed some stuff. I don't know how many people change notepad settings. Can you change those settings? Any word on the flooring? No, nothing yet. I mean, it was a holiday, right? I'm hoping that we get information or something today. I'm leaving like halfway through next week, so it's gonna kind of suck for my dad if he's the one here and he has to deal with the thing. Because like, the thing is I wanted to have to move all of our stuff to save on labor, right? I don't want them to have to move the stuff, so I was really hoping that they could do half the basement, and then that night I move everything to where I want it, and then they do the other half of the basement, or sorry, I guess the last quarter. Am I here on the 13th? I am, yeah. On the 20th, I will not be, though. So we'll have to figure out another day to do our bosses. Oh, it's your birthday? Hell yeah, I'll get Dragor to give you the birthday bumps. A better image quality in Crimson? That reminds me, I still need to do that BIOS thing that Katu was telling me about. Oh, by the way, chat, there will be no stream. We have a pretty fucked up week for stream too. I'm not going to be streaming. Might be a weird stream on Saturday, short and like a really off time. There will also be no Thursday stream. I got to take my daughter to the orthodontist in the middle of my stream day, so there's no point firing it up. And I can't do a makeup day Sunday too. Yeah, it's better than frogs. I mean, it's actually about the same. Basically, all the 385 spots are about the same. This, Tarzan, and Zephyros. There's some minor differences between the two. Like, if you like the AFK phase of frogs, then there's that. I was talking to a friend the other day about how there's maybe a genetic factor to a person's tolerance to grinding. He argues that there isn't one and that it's mainly about building a habit. I think it is primarily habit, but I think genetics also are going to play at least somewhat of a role, right? Like if for some reason you're more prone to carpal tunnel or arthritis or something like that and your joints are bothering you, then obviously that's going to affect your willingness to do it for extended periods of time. So I think both can be true. That's one of the reasons why people struggle with weight loss journeys too, is because they don't focus on changing their habits. They'll put in a lot of effort into exercise. They'll put a lot of effort into, okay, maybe they're doing like starving themselves for a while, or maybe they're taking some type of medication to aid in it. But as soon as they stop those things, they haven't taken the time to develop good eating habits, right? And yeah, they're just going to gain the weight back. Second, speaking of eating, it's got some leftover turkey. Leftover turkey, mashed potatoes, stuffing. So I started playing video last month. I wonder how long it would take me to max my gear. You play like 4 days a week? Well, max your gear. I mean, I haven't maxed my gear, right? You can get to a point where you can compete with anybody and like do uncapped and stuff like that reasonably quick in video. The game throws a lot of money at you, but yeah, there's because of these time gates, right? Not only did it slow down people, but it also slows down your ability to catch up.
So, honestly, I think the time gates are what's going to leave you further behind than longer than anything else.
I've been hoping. Part of the reason why I've been continuing to grind and grind and grind is I'm hoping that they eventually realize that time gates are just not it. They are not it. As time goes on, I see more and more and more people complaining about them. I feel like it will reach a tipping point. People want agency over their play experience, right? Sure, it sucks when you fall behind because there's losers out there like me who get to play a lot. But at least you always know that, like, if you want to work hard in game, you can progress fast. If you want to work slow, you can take your time, but you're going to progress slower. You have agency over your progression. Now it's just log in, do your clicks, log out. There's not really much else you can do. And that's still primarily just at the top end. But if they continue down this time-gated path, right, before you know it, like, as time goes on, basically you're like, after your first month of play, the baseline of gear you have continuously goes up, right? There's lots of catch-up mechanics that they slowly ease into the game. And it eventually reach the point where, like, I think maybe not necessarily at this next ball. I actually would have thought they would have done it the last ball. But I'm confident there will come a time where they make it so you come out of seasons and you're basically full Tet Fallen God or full base Adani armors. They'll dramatically reduce the pities on all the Fallen Gods. And there might come a point where people, like, if they don't adjust this time-gated stuff, that players just are immediately time-gated. If they continue down this path. It also affects them negatively in two different ways. Now, for player count, it doesn't affect their player count at all because people just AFK fish anyways. Doesn't matter if they're actively playing or not. So unfortunately, it doesn't affect that. But it does affect them in terms of whales, for example. Because there's a lot of whales now that they are progressed enough. There's nothing for them to swipe on. They don't even have to swipe for their daily clicks because they just do their weekly bosses and fish the rest of the time. And that's enough to pay for their clicks. So there's no reason for them to whale anymore. Also, shit, what was the next point? I was thinking about my plate of food in front of me. Fuck, I completely forgot the other point I was going to make. If it comes back to me, I'll bring it up. Man, I love turkey leftovers so much. I know who it benefits. Time gating primarily benefits the developer in the sense that instead of them trying to keep up with how quickly their player base is progressing in their game and having to constantly add more stuff for people to do, if they force you to take it slower, that means they can slow down their development. That's the primary benefit of time gates, is it slows down how quickly they have to develop new things for us to do. Because now they can always say, oh, well, there's no reason for us to add these new things because people still aren't full deck armors. We've had one of the, in my opinion, one of the most boring Caltheon balls ever. The Olvia Academy did exceed my expectations, but aside from that, everything else has been, they could have just been patches. They weren't really noteworthy. They weren't really ball-worthy, I should say. And now, not only did we have a ball that had so little in it, but they've been failing to meet the deadlines and all that stuff. You can tell it definitely does feel in the last 6 months that BDO has been an afterthought compared to Crimson Desert, which I don't completely blame them for. They invested a lot of money into Crimson Desert. I don't blame them for being all hands on deck on release of that and making sure that that goes off as best as possible. But don't completely forget about us. For me, it's way longer. Well, if you go back a year, we got Adania. They gave us a whole new region. If they're giving us a whole new region, they definitely haven't forgotten about us. That takes a lot of development time. There was a lot of cool shit that came with Adania. You look back to the last year and a half, we got new accessories, right? We got the Kharazat accessories. We got Sovereign weapons. We got Adana armors. They gave us a new region. That's a pretty... we also got the new crystal system with the Kharazats. That's a pretty dramatic change. Yeah, Doki V. They definitely are going to be putting a lot of work into that now. I don't want BDO to become WoW where every 3 months your gear is obsolete. I agree with that. That's one of the things that turned me off from BDO. I don't think they'll do that in BDO, not yet. I think the very clear path is, yeah, they'll make a new set of accessories, but they'll do like the upgrade path, right? Where if you have full deck accessories and they release a new accessory, your gear isn't automatically obsolete and you're starting at the bottom. You'll be able to exchange it and start at a higher point than other people. So at that point, it's not necessarily, even though technically it's a new piece of gear, it doesn't feel like a new piece of gear. It's more of like an extension of the gear you are already wearing. And I think that's the path they'll go. them. By the way, chat, I did that dry brine on my turkey. It was so good. The only thing I regret is next time when I do a dry brine, I don't think I'm going to apply it to the wings. Those little wings, I guess because they're so small and therefore a higher surface area, they ended up a little bit saltier than I would have liked. But man, everything else is phenomenal. Okay, there we go. Try a different marinade. I'm not typically a fan of marinating, especially something where you want a crispy skin on it. That was the one thing I found about. Oh, speaking of which, compared to the dry brine, compared to the wet brine, our turkey cooked so fast yesterday. It was actually done like an hour earlier than we expected it to be done. And I think it's obvious that that's because there was a lot less moisture in the bird. So it was able to cook quicker. But it wasn't dry, right? You'd think that with the salt and stuff and you pulling more liquid to the surface, and then obviously some of that evaporating, you would think that the bird would have been drier, but it definitely was not. But it cooked significantly faster. Daily routine? Basically, I just wake up, I check what's sold overnight, relist anything that needs to be relisted. Then I go sell my fish, bring my fisher back to where he was at, make sure I repair my rod. Then I swap and do my farms, and that's really it. After that, I just grind. Periodically swap to my farmer, check my farms. Almost forgot to ask, but uh-oh. The answer's 11 inches. May I have this? What's this? Oh my god. Shudbert? Yo, John, get on it. Actually, I can sign in. I'll do it. See if if I remember how to do this. Did you do it already? Were you that fast? No, you didn't. I'm beating you. I'm winning. Confirm. Wait, it didn't work. Wait, why can't I confirm? Wait, I can't do it. What's going on? Maybe I can do it because he beat me to it. Let's see. More. Let's see. Add to Zethian. Yes. Oh, I think maybe it is added. Maybe you beat me. They're about to go down if we let him mess with things. So you have like a bunch of docks in your OBS window, and you can actually set different windows to occupy the same dock. So you have to tap a tab at the top to switch between them. And I specifically have made it so the stop stream button is always hidden behind another window, so I can't accidentally click on it. I never did that before though, but ever since I installed Atom for multi-streaming, it doesn't ask you for confirmation when ending your stream. And even though the button is really, really, really small, because there's no confirmation, I don't want to ever accidentally click it, so I just have it hidden behind that window. I'd basically have to accidentally click twice in 2 different spots. Is the Chudbert working now? Because it doesn't seem to be working yet in any of my windows. Oh, it is working! Yeah, ingest server is the most likely culprit there, or something, or the routing between him and the ingest server he was using. I have a story why Crimson Desert is an amazing game. Uh-oh. You can force palm it down? You just brute forced it? Oh my god, there's so many times where I was like, this one fucking pillar. That's actually funny. So what you're saying is you just use your palm to force the pillar down? Sounds kind of dirty. I hope you washed your hands after. Music? Oh. Oh, shit. I got a text. 1 second. My phone connected to the vehicle, and the vehicle took over the audio, and then when they drove out of range, we lost it. So I gotta figure out how to change this back to my computer. Get it off my phone. There we go. Oh, now I'm getting a phone call. Holy shit. There we go. That was my mom. She was unable to make dinner last night, so I put together. We save takeout containers when we get like whenever you do takeout and you get like a nice little container that could be washed. I save those for when we have family dinners because you know you like to send people home with leftovers and stuff. Just my mom asking, "Do you want your containers back?" It's like, no, those you can just toss them. We just hold on to them for situations like this because we hate sending leftovers up to people in containers like that we want to keep because then they just end up getting lost, you know. Ooh, the lunar observation is in 2 hours. 1 hour and 44 minutes. Gonna try a force bomb on every puzzle? Yeah. Shroud and Cannon are back playing BDO? I did, yeah. I didn't see Shroud was playing. But yeah, this game is gonna put the itch on people who used to play BDO. Once people who used to play BDO and knows what a gem it is. It's got its flaws, but it has some really good things going for it, right? And I think Crimson Desert, people fucking around with that, it's gonna remind them of BDO. They're gonna be like, ooh, okay, I'm done with Crimson Desert, but I still kind of got that itch. Maybe I'll go back and, you know, revisit my ancient love, Black Desert Online. When was Shroud streaming it though? I haven't actually seen him streaming it yet. Must have been last night. Or I'm usually not around in the evenings, so that's probably when it was. It's all the same bozos who chase the trend or algorithm for all it's worth and dip. I don't think that's the case. Like I said, BDO is a gem. I think everybody who's ever played BDO knows that it has some qualities that we all wish were better, and it has some qualities that you know, you just can't forget. Cannon is he's an MMO enjoyer. It doesn't matter what MMO it is. He plays it. I like to compare him. He's like a bumblebee of MMOs. He just goes around cross-pollinating them. And if you're somebody who enjoys all MMOs, then naturally you're going to be just moving around to whichever ones have the most recent or impactful changes, right? That doesn't necessarily mean he's chasing the hype. He might not be chasing the... How do I phrase this? He may not necessarily be chasing it to like exploit it monetarily. He might be just like chasing MMO to MMO because there's new things going on in it and he's excited about MMOs in general, right? And that's what what canon strikes me as. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that, right? If you're an MMO enjoyer, obviously, you know, the best time to play an MMO is like right after they get a new content release. But yeah, Shroud, definitely not the case. I mean, Shroud is naturally an FPS enjoyer, right? People love watching him because he's fucking absolutely absurd at them. I'm trying to think though, right? Trying to think of if there was somebody who was just chasing games to exploit their hype for personal gain as opposed to chasing them for their love of the games. I'm trying to think of an example of who that might be. I guess I don't follow enough people who move from MMO to MMO or game to game. You know a bald person? Mr. Clean? He's always going from room to room cleaning it up. I mean, maybe Blue Squadron, but I feel like even that's kind of different. I feel like he's trying to grow his channel away from being like a one-game pony, and he's trying to focus more on like reaction streaming, right? And giving his opinions on things. Like, he definitely seems like he wants to be a lot like Asmongold, but with his own twist. And I think in the process of doing reactions, you're kind of forced to follow the hype, right? Ooh, the NASA stream just went live on Twitch, so yeah, they are getting ready to do this shit. Earn the NASA badge by watching the Artemis 2 stream for 1 hour during launch day. Oh shit, did I miss that? Yeah. I think people need to feel, and not saying this is any of you guys, I'm speaking generally. I think there is definitely a bunch of people who feel threatened when like a big streamer or a new streamer or whatnot comes into their category, and I don't think people should do that. I think people need to realize that a rising tide floats all boats, and as much as maybe you disagree with the person, the streamer, on whatever reason that might be, whatever your justification might be, that doesn't mean all of their viewers are going to be the same, and their viewers are now being exposed to whatever it is that you're playing, right? That you feel so adamantly about defending. And I think it's far more successful to the players, to Pearl Abyss, and other streamers to embrace them, right? Realize that a larger community benefits all of us. I was talking about a variety of things. We've just been yapping, but yeah, Canon did come up briefly. Canon's definitely one of the more polarizing streamers that streams BDO, because there's a lot of people who directly hold him accountable for the one-sided decks being removed. Which he may have contributed, but he definitely wasn't the primary factor. He just had a situation going on with him at the same time while there was a much bigger situation going on in Korea. What being removed? There was a one-sided deck system. So how war declarations work in BDO now is you send a war deck to someone else and the guild leader has to accept it. Back in the day, the other side didn't have to accept it. You could just declare war on them and that was it. As long as they either A, dropped on a node, or B, didn't have had a deck already up, then you could declare war on them. Was he getting farmed or something like Agent North on release? Yeah, there was a guild. He definitely didn't help the situation. I remember the situation. He definitely didn't help it, and he put a bigger target on his back. But yeah, there was a guild of people called Goon Squad that were constantly fucking with him. And definitely affecting his ability to play the game. But at the same time, there was actually a female streamer in Korea who was streaming the game, and she was getting absolutely relentlessly harassed. And it was definitely that situation that had a lot more of an impact on Pearl Abyss's decision to change the deck system than the Canon situation. Was Marnie a thing back then? It was, but not within the same capacity, right? And that was part of the problem, is Pearl Abyss, they did the right changes at the same time as doing the wrong changes, and they overcorrected, right? We used to have only 15-minute channel swaps. I can't remember if we had home channels then for our guilds. We might have. I know we've had those for a while. Marnie's Realm was only available for like a lot of crappy spots. And it was only like an hour on, an hour off. And I know that's still the case for most spots. But now there's a lot of spots where you can just stay permanently on Marnie. Like Zephyros, you just gotta pay. Also, back then, there was a lot less viable grind spots, right? So, like, you had people piling into just a couple specific spots. Now there's so many different viable spots that it's so easy. They removed the NPC in Veli to locate players. Yeah, that one was a silly change because, like, you obviously don't need that NPC to hunt down a streamer. They're streaming their location. All you need to do is find their channel, and that NPC had nothing to do with that. I think that was removed because misinformation. People thought that had a lot to do with people. There was a lot of uninformed people that thought that there was an NPC, a hidden NPC in Velia that could be used to find people. And they thought, well, find people, that must mean their channel, right? But they didn't realize it just pinged on the map, but you had to be on their channel already. So, yeah, people advocated. There were some people who thought that the NPC did more than it actually did and wanted it removed, and, you know, it eventually got removed. The funny thing is that NPC had more of a strategic use for guilds, right? When guilds would go to drop on a region, you would actually use that NPC because you would know a channel, right? If you know a guild is going to be dropping on Calpheon, for example, then, and you knew who their base builders were, you would actually swap to the channel and have somebody constantly using that NPC to see where they're at. So this way you could try to track where they're going to place their base. Which, in my opinion, was a pretty cool use for the NPC. That was the primary use that it was used for. Guilds would also use it to hunt each other too, right? So, like, I remember Snake would do this to Black Rose, or Black Rose would do this to Snake, I'm sure. Where you would basically open up your rankings. Where are they now? I can't remember where they're at. It's been so long. Here we go. Right, you'd open the rankings, and you'd be like, oh, okay, we're at war with this guild. And then you would go to that vendor and you would search their name, or not that vendor, that NPC, the Black Robe NPC. You would search that name and you would see where it would ping, right? If it pings in Velia, then the person's fishing or something. But if it pings out at Gyfin, then you know they're grinding. And then you can go out there and hunt them. Did you remember the put yourself in my Adidas clip? Oh yeah, with Agent North, yeah. I remember because I was buddies with all the people who were fucking with him all the time. He got it pretty relentlessly. People don't remember how bad it was back then, because back then there was only like what, 12 channels per server, because there was 3 different servers. So all you needed was legit 6 different people. Sorry, 12 different people. Actually, 6 different people. All you needed was 6 people to just sit on a channel, and then when the person you were hunting swapped channels, then everybody just swapped one channel over. So basically you had each person camp 2 channels. And every time the person that you were hunting swapped, they had a 50% chance to land on one of the channels all your guys were on. If he didn't swap to that channel, then everybody just swaps over to their other designated channel, and then you've instantly found him. And yeah, Agent North got it really bad. What did we just cheer for? Oh, Devil Ring. Felt like a bigger cheer for a second. Yeah. Oh yeah, there was so few grind spots back then, right? There was so few. Back then, what you had to do to fuck with people who were constantly trying to stream snipe you is, you'd have a life skiller parked on one side of the world, and then your grinder on the other side of the world. And if people came and started fucking with your grinder, you swapped your life skiller and started sapping trees or chopping or doing something like that. And then when they ran out there to kill you, you instantly swap back to your grinder and you make them just go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Horses were a lot slower back then. But yeah, unfortunately, Pearl Abyss overcorrected, right? They did all these things. Marnie Realm is more available now than it used to be. You have way more different grind spots, so there's lots more variety. You also have 5-minute channel swaps on top of the guild channels, which was already in the game, but definitely contributes to, you know, being able to avoid friction. So you have all these things now on top of the removal of the one-sided decks. I honestly think one-sided decks should come back. Is BDO back? It's always back. It's so alive and it's so dead at the same time. It's basically Schrodinger's game. Yeah, EU seems to be a heck of a lot more active than EU's always been more active than NA, but especially now. Like you guys have like tons of crowded servers during prime time. $20 crowded right now. Nice, okay. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I need to log out more. Oh yeah, Crimson Desert is definitely making people return. You found the settings, hide other ventures, then my GPU won't implode on my next egg? Oh, egg boss. I almost just read GVG there. Thoughts on RBF rework notes? Pretty meaningless, to be completely honest. I don't see RBF being any more popular after those changes. They clearly do not understand what the problem is with RBF. Yeah, I have it live on my side monitor here. Ew. Who let this guy in my channel, in my party? Get out of here, Disto. Hey, what's up, Beanie? How you doing? I thought I was gonna get a third one there. Just listen as you work? Hell yeah. Just get my grind on. I'm gonna be gone for nearly a week next week, so I gotta put in some extra time. Where am I going? My daughter has a dance competition. I'll say where when I get back. Yeah, I'll be right back.
am cheating. I am a hacker.
Yeah, I'm back. What would you consider the top 5 PvX classes for RBF and open world? I mean, Musa's always been pretty consistently good. Not really meta, but consistently good. Like, if you're 1vx, though, I mean... If your class doesn't struggle 1vx, then your class is probably broken, you know? It's kind of one of those things. I don't know who I'd put at the top. Typically, it's whatever class is busted at the time. One thing I would keep in mind if you're gonna try to meta chase like that is it's not even more so. I think it's less of meta chasing and more about meta nerf running. It feels like if you are a meta chaser like that, you end up having to just spend all your time running from nerfs that come your way. I genuinely think that you should just try to find what you enjoy best and try to be the best at that. I think a lot of people have a lot more respect for someone who becomes good at an average class than an average player who's strong because they're on a good class. Oh, thank you for the follows, you guys. And I kind of want a French vanilla cappuccino. Well, I wonder if my package is going to be delivered today. Let's see if it's out for delivery. Nope. Does not say it's out for delivery. So probably it'll be here tomorrow or something. France has different vanilla than the rest of the world, or what? It's just what they call it at Tim Hortons, a French vanilla. I don't know why. I don't know why the French prefix. Sat down after mowing the grass? Yeah, I'm gonna have to ask you to bang yourself. I got like 30 centimeters of snow over the last 4 days. I had to shovel fucking snow yesterday. I wish I was mowing the grass. Nice cool breeze. Sitting in the shade after, drink a beer, listen to the birds. Oh my god, the smell of freshly cut grass in the air. That sounds fucking amazing. Fire up the grill for dinner. It's actually supposed to be really nice, like multiple consecutive days near the end of the week. So I would imagine by the end of the weekend, most of our snow might be gone. Even though we still have like 4 feet high snowbanks, or snowbanks that are a bit over a meter. Oh, yeah. Do you manually aerate? I don't know how big your lot is, but if you manually do it, ugh. I'd probably get one of those like rollers that almost looks like an old school lawnmower, right? With just the blades that spin, but you can get the ones with spikes. You ran one out? Gotcha. Yeah, you go out there with just like a fucking pitchfork and just start walking around the yard, poking it. Yeah. Be honest? Okay. Trying. Do you think he'll hit 750 gear score free to play? Apparently he plans on hitting multiple milestones, 750, 800, and 850. 750, I think you could definitely do. 800, 850, I mean, all of these you can definitely do. But like Cannon, he spends a lot of time just yapping and talking. I feel like it's going to take him forever. Look, alert, alert. Yo, I like that alert. Can we add that? I'm gonna add it. I'm gonna add it. Boom, I added it. Yeah, it's not about it being hard. It's just you know, he's a streamer and he's constantly answering questions, and I don't know, maybe once he gets into the rhythm of grinding, he can answer questions while grinding, but he's taking a very long time right now, right? Which honestly isn't necessarily a bad thing. It'll give people a good idea of what the new player experience feels like these days. I think he definitely hits 850. Did I say 850? 750. Shroud doesn't hit 850? Well, Shroud isn't doing a free-to-play, from what I understand, he's not doing a free-to-play challenge, right? If you're willing to swipe, like, they could hit 800 gear score today. Actually, I don't know what boxes are available in the shop. Yeah. The biggest thing with Cannon is he's doing a free-to-play account, which you got to remember, it's not only about not spending. Free-to-play also means no maids. It means he might struggle with loot scrolls early on, depending on how much time he spends on seasons. It means he's not going to have a ton of convenience things that we take for granted, right? That dude's vocab is chat, yeah. I mean, I say chat a lot too. I think that's just a habit you develop as a streamer. It becomes a lot easier than trying to pronounce everybody's names. I think it just, for me, it depends on the specificity of what's being asked. If it's something that is general, that I think will affect a lot of people when I answer it, then I'll say chat to try to get everybody's attention. But if it is a much more specific question to the person asking it, then I'll typically say their name, because I know it primarily just applies to them. I think this is my prediction with Cannon. I think he does 750 gear score free to play, and then when he hits 750, he says, okay, fuck it, we're gonna start swiping. Did you call your wife or kids chat by accident? No. Did you see what Skep said to Cannon? I did not. What did he say? When did he say it? Just now? Oh, wait. You're probably right, bro, but as video player, I do not rely on facts. I feel like there's another message above that. Let me scroll up. I was busy yapping to you guys. Okay, interest, LMAO. Hello, Cannon. I am Skeptic, the GM of Family. I've heard rumors that you are interested in joining us. As a PvP enjoyer and enjoyer of one-sided decks, I cannot accept you in. Thank you for your interest. I cannot wait to see you open world. Fucking Skeptic. Oh, shit. What did he say? Leifonda, you fucking listening? The hell, I just read it out loud. Oh my god, somebody slapped this Leifonda guy right on his ass. You're watching Invincible? I need to watch more of that. I'm only one episode in for this season. I've been trying to wrap up the latest One Piece with the kids. The thing is I'm kind of saving it because when we're out of town, I'm gonna need something to watch on my phone. And like when my wife and I are laying in the hotel room watching there's something on my phone, or if we can cast it to the TV, we'll do that. I'm gonna need something to watch, and that's probably when we'll catch up on Invincible. Then the boys. Oh, I can't wait for the boys. Why does this song feel like it just got so loud? Am I crazy? What did Skep say? I read it. Okay, I don't know if I'll be able to go back and read it. You can rewind my stream. What the hell? Let's see. I'll read it again. I found it. Hello, Canon. I am Skeptic, the GM of Family. I've heard rumors that you are interested in joining us. As a PvP enjoyer and enjoyer of one-sided decks, I cannot accept you in. Thank you for your interested. I cannot wait to see you open world. Love, Skeptic. Yeah, Skeptic is awesome. You know, if Skeptic would have brought Family back like 2 months earlier, I would have been in Family now. Roots could full on kill Vega. That's the thing is, I told Skeptic back in the day that if anything ever happened with Cho, I'd be joining Family. And I should have been more specific, because what I meant by that is, I love the Family guys. I would join them, but I have I'm loyal to the guild I'm in. I'm not just going to jump a guild because there's greener pastures of what I think is greener pastures elsewhere, right? So if Family was alive when Cho died, Family would have been the first place I'd go. But the thing is, when he brought family back, I was already settled somewhere else, and I can't, in good faith, just jump a guild because I feel like a better opportunity has shown itself. So, not that I don't like being in Pico and Vega. I love these guys too. There's obviously a lot of the old show guys here. There's also a lot of awesome guys that were in Vega before that I met. But I don't want people to view me as just like a fair weather guild member. You know what I mean? But if something were to happen to, let's say, Vega and Pico now, then once again, family would be at the top of that list. Oh, that's not true. He just outright lied there. I don't know if he intended that lie or not. He just said the one-sided decks came before he played, and that's not true. If they wouldn't have been able to fuck with him the way they did if the one-sided decks weren't in the game. That was just wrong. He might be misremembering, or he's lying, but that is 100% not true what he just said. I still don't think he's the person that caused it, though. But that is just incorrect. No. I don't think him and Brobear caused it at all. A lot of people, I think that's a very NA EU take, because there was a much bigger situation going on in KR at the time with a female streamer being stream sniped. And I think it was that situation that caused it. Not saying that the situation with Brobear and Cannon didn't contribute to it. Maybe they're like, okay, we got this big situation going on in KR, and people are being harassed in NA, so we're going to do it. But it was definitely primarily driven by what was going on in KR at the time. They may have contributed, but they definitely didn't cause it. Back in the dungeon, my favorite underwater hole. I hope so, Leifonda. I don't know. They never said that how that system would relate to open world decks, though. I think that was just something that players hoped, that system would correlate with open world decks. But they never specified that it would have anything to do with decks. That was more of like just a rating system and like a tag system for like Node Wars and Siege and stuff. But I think it does just make sense that if your guild does tag itself as PvP, then it should be able to be decked, right? Like you would think so, that makes sense. But once again, when has Pearl Abyss ever done things that always make sense, right? Some things just seem like a no-brainer and they still just don't do it because, you know, maybe they just have no brain. We got this weird situation where, like, no matter what, I'm unhappy because on one hand, You definitely have Pearl Abyss who thinks they know best in all situations, which they clearly don't. And then at the same time, though, I don't want to give the player base the benefit, like they know best either, because they definitely don't. I think there's just some things the community knows, some things that Pearl Abyss knows. But it feels like both sides are constantly acting like they know what's best. Data doesn't always tell the whole picture. And there's some things you can't have data for. It's more about the experience and the feel. Michael, have you ever heard me explain the survivorship bias to you? To chat? It's a good representation of how data can be misinterpreted. About 3 times a week? Shut up. I think the survivorship bias is a really good thing to be aware of on how data can be misinterpreted and used poorly. No, but a simplified version might suffice. Okay, so back in World War II, or maybe it was World War I. I'm pretty sure it was World War II. They were studying planes that returned back from the battlefield, right? And they were taking a look at the bullet patterns on the planes to see where they were struck the most. There were certain areas of the planes that returned that had a ton of bullet fire. It's not that flight. It's about data in general. It's not about a specific flight. And they would take a look at all the planes that returned home, and they would see specific areas had a ton of bullets in them. And there would be some areas that weren't hit at all. And the initial conclusion was, well, hey, we need to reinforce these areas because these are the areas that are hit the most, right? And the reality is that that isn't what those planes are telling. That's not the story that the planes are telling. Those areas of the plane that were hit the most, the reason why the planes that returned had more hits there is because those were non-critical areas of the plane. They were, if they were hit there, they were still able to return home. What the data actually showed, if you paid more attention to it, looked to it more deeply, is that the areas that had no bullets in them, those were the critical areas that need to be reinforced. The fact that those planes that returned had no shots there showed that those were the areas of the plane that, if struck, couldn't return home. So there's 2 different ways to interpret the data of the planes returning, right? There's 2 different ways to interpret that data, and one is clearly the right way and one is the wrong way. So unfortunately, you know, you could have data and make changes based on data, but that doesn't mean that it's the right changes. Because data still has to be interpreted correctly. I always remember during the Suck Wizard meta, Wizards' kill death win rate isn't that high anymore. It fell off over time. But if you looked, it's just because there were so many more Wizards, they were just killing each other. Right? Yeah. You take an OP class and you put it against an OP class, and all of a sudden it looks balanced. It's crazy. Yeah, so it's always good to back what you're doing with data, but just because you have data, it doesn't mean what you're doing is right. It means you may have a more informed view. You may not if you're misinterpreting the data. But I don't think data is the end all be all of what is right and what isn't either, right? Because there is that misinterpretation, and sometimes, very often, you will see people purposely leave specifics out of some data. So even though the data they have is right, there's specifics that they might leave out that change the way the data can be interpreted because they're trying to make sure that it fits their agenda. So I guess the TLDR is data's good, but you have to be cautious on the motives of the person using it and their interpretation of the data. This reminds me of politics. Politics will definitely use data to their advantage and ignore data that doesn't help them. You definitely see politicians do this shit all the time. Yeah. At the end of the day, too, I think that something that's important to understand, which might be a tough pill for people to swallow, is Black Desert is Pearl Abyss's art project. At the end of the day, they are able to make any decisions they want about the game. Now, ideally, you would hope that they do decisions that are going to be good for the game, right? And good can be subjective, right? Some people think that good for them means good for the game, and that might not necessarily always be true, right? Generally, that's true, but not always. But Pearl Abyss is perfectly entitled to do a change to the game that they feel makes the game fit their vision better, even though, in general, people dislike it. And that doesn't mean we shouldn't complain about it. We should definitely voice our opinions. But at the end of the day, it's their game. One thing a lot of people need to realize is a lot of people in BDO play the game in different ways, especially in regards to PvP. You gotta remember, PvP in general is a very, What's the word I'm looking for? It's a very, I guess, aggressive activity in general, right? You're actively fighting with other people in the game. And I think people who are excited about environments like that are also the ones that tend to be more vocal or willing to be more vocal about changes happening to the game, right? Where people who are less inclined to PvP, this isn't always the case, but I think generally it's true. They tend to be more passive players, right? People who are less likely to be confrontational. I think that's the word I was looking for. So you have a minority of a player base, the PvP player base, is more confrontational. And then the rest of the player base, which is the majority of the player base in general, is going to lean more towards being more passive. But it does create this this overall tone, because the PvP players in general are going to be more vocal. It does make it seem like the PvP changes are more important to the game than anything else. But I think what a lot of PvPers need to realize is they are the minority. I think with all the PvP, all the poor PvP changes they've done in the game, and how little it's affected the player base, I think that is kind of like the proof, right? Unfortunately. I remember for years and years and years, we had people asking, can we have arenas in BDO? Can we have arenas in BDO? Please, for the love of God, give us arenas. This game will pop off. And then we got Solaire. And you can argue about how good or bad Solaire is, but in that first couple weeks, we didn't know how good or bad it was. We just know it was finally what the PvP community has been asking for years. We were finally getting it. And when we got it, there wasn't even a blip in the population. You would think there at least would have been a noticeable spike. So, yeah. I think PvP is an important part of the game. And I think they're also making it less important, which is a bad thing. But, I mean, look at how many other games there are out there, too. Look how many other games there are out there, too, that have like no PvP in it at all, and they do fantastic. It does better Twitch numbers during an AOS season. Well, I mean, when there's something going on, it's always going to be better than when there's nothing going on. But if you compare an AOS season to an actual content release or anything like that, it's not even close. That's another one of those correlation and causation things, right? The AOS seasons, the only reason why you see a spike is because we go from there being nothing going on to something going on. Something going on is always going to be better than nothing. Ideally, though, you would want them to cater to the whole player base, right? It shouldn't be this and or, like it feels like, where they're either doing stuff for the PvE or the life skillers, or they're just doing stuff for PvP. Ideally, you want them to cater to the whole player base, right? Make the game better in all aspects. That's the ultimate road to success. It goes the same for progressing, right? You don't want them to just focus on the high-end players, but you also don't want them to just focus on the new players. You want them to focus on everybody. Make the game better for everybody. And I think in general they do that. It just feels like the last 6 months, last 4 months have just been a big old bust. Aside from the Olvi Academy, which is obviously great for the new player experience, aside from that, it's been a big old bust. You have some gear advice? Type !workshop. Byrog has an amazing website that he has an AP progression path on there that you just follow that. So I don't do Garmoth reviews though, sorry, because most of the time it just ends up me telling people the exact same thing as I told the last 16 with a little bit of variation. That site though is absolutely fantastic for knowing what your most efficient upgrades are next. It's made by Byrog, so definitely go to his stream, and if you find the site useful, thank him. Yeah. Oh, 100% Frost Goose. I wish it was more sandboxy. Crimson Desert kind of reminded me much more what a sandbox truly feels like, because technically BDO is a sandbox, but it feels like they're constantly moving it more and more towards being a theme park. It definitely doesn't feel as much of a sandbox as it used to. That's for sure. And that's probably what it is, QMG. Because I'm sure, like, if you ask newer players, they're like, holy shit, there's so many different things for me to do. This is awesome. And then, yeah, you ask somebody like me, it's like, yeah, I go to either the top grind spot or I do my couple weekly activities, that's it. So it's definitely, it depends on your, where you're standing in the game, for sure. You're just so down since the tourney announcement? That is so fucked up that they have, like, all this time between tournaments. They're not doing shit. And then you get caught up in some, like, one of the stupidest little things. Even stupider than the ancient stone chamber shit. The two workers, one node. And then they announce a tourney. It's just fucked up timing. Dragor did make a good argument though the other day, even though the whole thing is kind of stupid in general. The fact that you have the clairvoyance to put in a ticket because something didn't seem right, but you still decided to push as aggressively with it as possible, kind of burns you. Kind of burns the whole argument. But in general, it was a stupid situation. The craziest thing too is it's not even you submitted a ticket after they said something in game. Did you stop immediately at that point too after you put in the ticket? Oh, okay, well that changes everything then. Yeah, I thought you were like, huh, this seems busted, I'm gonna put in a ticket, and then you kept doing it. But yeah, if you were doing it and then they put out an announcement, you're like, oh crap, and then you stopped and put in a ticket. That's completely different. I know, and that's what I was explaining to people, right? Before I heard that other thing, which was obviously incorrect. I said, at the same time, they were making the game a lot more accessible to newer players. And there was a lot of other areas, like fishing, like basically all of the turn-ins, right? They made it so you got more contribution. So it's not unreasonable to think that, hey, they buffed the contribution of the main story as well. It's not like it was something that happened isolated. There was a bunch of areas where they buffed contribution. So definitely was reasonable for you to think, oh, I guess they did the story too. You know what you should bring back later? Aaron? You know what you should bring back later? French vanilla. I all of a sudden got a craving for a French vanilla cappuccino. How was the mall? Did you guys find bathing suits? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh, and you wanted one. Gotcha. Yeah, yeah. What do you got? Oh, I want one too now. Oh, you're such a lifesaver. The 1516 AP range is so scuffed. Mid-tier zones need some variety. Yeah. There's it's kind of annoying in that sense. What are you doing? Cut that out. Don't fucking mock me. I hope my stream didn't hear that. Did you? Oh, I didn't hear that. I have my headphones on. Am I really loud? Maybe I need to turn the music down. Because the music's actually kind of loud. I feel like I'm yelling over it. Definitely blue. Evasion, honestly, they need to get rid of the evasion armors. They need to just combine the Fallen God glove and boots. Because at that point in your progression, you don't have enough evasion to make it work anyways. Because everybody has so much accuracy now. But yeah, this is an unintended consequence is what they did, right, QMG? Is they had people complaining about PvE imbalances. And there's only two ways to address that. You either address it at the character level, and the thing about that is you gotta basically homogenize the classes. Make sure they all move the same, make sure they all do the same damage, make sure they have the same AoEs, cooldowns. And if you go that road, every class loses its identity and becomes very boring. So the other option is to do it on the other end, the monster area, right? And that's the way they decided to go. They decided to just make it so everything is capped. And now, you know, the only thing that happens is if your class is a really good PvE class, then like in the case of the tower spots, well, you just hit to the AFK phase a little bit quicker, right? Like I think Thornwood was a good example. If you started to clear too fast, you were just waiting between waves of mobs. So, and this was before even the AP caps. But the AP caps allowed them to kind of put like a speed limit now as well. But an unintended byproduct of that is like, sure, we probably have the best PvE balance across classes than we've ever had. But now it makes gearing for PvE feel so much less meaningful. Now it feels like you're forced away from your favorite spots to go make money because you can't just overgear a spot and just kind of chill there because you really enjoy it. And once you reach the cap for that spot, everything feels super minimal in terms of trying to push your grinding faster. So it certainly accomplished the goal they were aiming for of closing the gap in PvE, but yeah, it definitely makes it all feel so much less exciting. Yeah, I never liked Hit Excel. I don't like anything that's RNG based, right? Anything that feels random and could determine a fight. Getting kicked out of your protection because you get hit excelled in the middle of a protection and it fucks with the linger is super annoying. They've definitely reduced it, but I think because of the way the engine is, that's not something they'll ever be able to fully fix. It's just the more you reduce hits, the less likely it is to happen. The more people you need hitting you for it to happen more often. But at least it isn't back in the day like when you had Suck Megu hitting a bajillion times and every ability they threw would have a really high probability of doing it to you. I mean, I think there's certainly enough evidence to suggest that. I mean, it's all a very reasonable claim. A, they were doing other contribution changes at that same time. B, they were making changes to the main story quest. C, why would he compromise his account for something so minuscule? Especially somebody who's been such a straight shooter for as long as he has been. It's not like we're talking about somebody who, you know, is frequently caught up in different abuses of the game. It's not like he was involved in the mapping situation as well or other things, right? It's also not even like it was a largely known activity. He was legit the only person on both regions. So it's not like it was something that people were talking behind the scenes, hey, you better abuse this quick. No, it was legit one person got caught by it in that situation. So I think any reasonable person would look at that and be like, yeah, it sounds right. Good news. Let's see. Deck, Sovereign Dual Glades, Nov, Halidi. Okay, what about that other weapon? You missed one. Yeah, relax. No. Let's see it, Disto. Let's see it. It better not be Pen. It better be at least Oct. This is all from zero grinding. I believe it. This game gives you so much money. You're getting them digi bags. You're getting them fishing bags. You're getting them weekly boss bags. So many bags. You don't even fish? Shut up. You shut up right now. There's no shot you're not fishing. What the fuck do you even do? Logging for nowhere, but we can boss in a bit away. But that's not what I asked. I asked, what do you do instead of fish? And I think you know what I mean. You're not turning your computer off, are you? You're not logging out of BDO. What's your overnight activity? Little bro plays overnight. Yo, you get that trip discount? Honestly, there's like no reason. You get so much silver just thrown at you. Like even Dragor is getting geared too. I have a window open and it becomes freezing cold. Here's the reason my PC's in the room. It makes my shit room hot as hell. Why is your PC in your bedroom? You still living at home with mom? Why don't you put it in like a dedicated room or something? All occupied. Oh. Hey, Dragor's not the only example I use. Like, Norelio outgears me these days. Technically, Norelio has more gear score than me. Make that make sense. With how much I play and I grind and I fucking silver I have, make that make sense. Well, compared to you, that's why I used you as an example this time, because I know you don't grind. But you gotta remember, you compared to Norelio isn't even close to Norelio compared to me. Like, there's a much bigger divide between me and Norelio than Norelio and you. $2 million mobs killed? Damn. You probably swipe more than he does? Yeah. That definitely makes up for some of the grind difference between you two. How many mobs did I kill? I think I'm at like 26 million now. Almost. You gotta remember though that it's technically not all of them, because when this system was added I had to start at 0. I had a lot before that too. I'm a bit of a loser. I missed the orc grind Norelio arc, yeah. Back when we had one-sided decks too. Was Norelio in Snake at that time? I'm trying to remember what guild he was in. Norelio after Leifonda swipes $300 for him? Wait. Yo, but did you see last night, Disto? Last night, Norelio put him in the dirt. Leifonda about to do a chargeback right now. What happened? It was Leifonda versus Norelio for the Adana of Tenebrum. I thought he was going to kick you for a second there too, Leifonda. When he noticed he didn't have his buffs up and he joined already, and then he opened up that guild window and he was hovering over the kick, I was like, he might do it. Wait a minute. So, of course, I had to try to encourage him and tell him I'd sub if he did. He didn't bite, though. That man, I think he would have got like a dozen subs at that moment if he would have done it. There was a ton of people who were like, if you do it, I'll sub too. That shit would have been cinema. God, I'd love to be one of those astronauts right now, looking out that window, seeing the fucking moon getting bigger and bigger like that. Oh my god. I kid you not, there's a reason he didn't do it. Because we saw a Twitter meme from someone saying how they go into streamers' chats and tell them that if I gift you 10 subs if you win this, then that person leaves the chat right after. Oh, so he didn't think everybody was good on their word. I'll be honest, I don't blame him. There's a lot of rats in chat. Because you got to remember, right, to the viewers, they might find it funny if Norelio did it, but they would find it even funnier if Norelio did it and then they didn't pay up, so it was for no reason at all. That just amplifies the content. So 100% there's people who are saying they'd do it and they wouldn't have. Go point a laser at Artemis, I'll give 5. Could you imagine? Just go outside tonight, pull out your laser pointer, just start shining it at the moon and keep the live stream up. Power of a handheld laser you'd need to see it. Yeah, 100% candidate. That's the safer way to do it, right? Or you make it like a stream goal, so the money's already in your pocket before you do it. Was that the emote? Did I get that yet? I mean, I have the stream open. I think I have it. No, I don't. Oh, no, I have it paused. Look, I haven't had a drop in a little bit. Chad, have you guys been getting lucky with drops today? Yeah. Done with Crimson? No. Nope, still playing it. How far am I? I don't know. Hard to say. I don't know what I don't know. I'm just about done with chapter 9. But wouldn't even consider finishing the main story as being done. I passed the 40% point in knowledge. I am still thoroughly enjoying Crimson Desert, though. Quite a bit. Oh, I need to check my farms. Favorite snacks when I stream. I typically don't snack a whole lot on stream. I just eat. I don't like snacking because it just gets my keyboard dirty, right? Where if I just take a break and actually eat a meal, then I can wash my hands and get back to it. And
Have you ever had a dream?
oh, Clish, thank you for that sub. I need help with the question. Do I do it or not? I think you do it. Because if you don't do it, then you're going to always wonder, what if I did it? Now, what's it? Time to go red? Ah, there's going to be content. That is for sure. Anybody know the date when they removed one-sided decks? Is there the odd chance that anybody knows the answer to that? I wonder if you could, that's something you could ask AI and then I could validate it. Oh, here's a letter to adventurers from Jae Hee Kim. This was on July 27th of 2023. That's when Jae Hee Kim put out a note. Okay, wait, this is grand spots. More people hunting ground. We've improved other hunting grounds, added Marnie's realm, recently improved monster regeneration, however. Despite this, many adventurers are concerned about conflict in hunting grounds. It is a one-sided war. The Black Desert is capable of forced attacks, but the resulting disadvantages are set very strong. However, in the case of one-sided wars, it is often used to kill opponents without disadvantage, rather than as an honorable decision. So this is the note right here. So this was the official KR note in July 27. What's this NA one? Is this when the change actually came in? Yeah, and then it hit us in September. So it took a bit over a month for it to hit us. Can you PvP on novice servers? I don't know, to be honest. I haven't been on novice servers or anything like that in, well, ever, to be honest. Oh, what happened to my NASA stream? Yeah, there's definitely going to be drama with Canon. And Shroud is, I honestly think the best thing for Shroud wouldn't be to, like, worry too much about, like, progressing and gearing up or any of that shit. And unfortunately, this is the thing that sucks the most. But I think the best spot for Shroud is having somebody like Armin teach him how to PvP and get into PvP, and then him play just like Solaire and shit. I think that's where he'll shine the most in BDO. But the problem with that is, at this point, people don't even know what Solaire is. Pearl Abyss sucks so bad at keeping that shit available. Yeah, Armin, that's a good goal. I think that's where Shroud will have the most fun. I think Shroud will end up getting bored just hitting mobs. Not saying that he doesn't like it, but you know, it does take a very special breed to do it as much as I do. But he obviously thrives on PvP. Like he's obviously he's the GOAT when it comes to shooters, right? He loves environments like that. So I think if he can get indoctrinated into that, then all we got to do is fucking tell Pearl Abyss to get off their asses and keep Solaire rolling. Like, stop having these giant breaks between. It's fucking so annoying. Hardcore server would be cool too. That'd be better than nothing as well, yeah. Yeah, there's 1000% going to be drama with Canon, and anybody who associates with Canon is certainly going to get sucked into that drama. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing. We all know that BDOs, the best years in BDO are usually fueled by drama. So when I say drama, I don't want it to be interpreted as a bad thing. Flowers going to be 100%? Oh yeah, Flowers will definitely simp for Canon. There's no doubt about that. But yeah, there could be interesting days ahead. We'll see, though. I think a lot of people are getting ahead of themselves. Like, he's on day one, right? Like, day one of his journey. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what I was saying. I was trying to tell people, whether you love it or hate it, this is how you cross-pollinate any MMO, but BDO specifically in this case is you have big MMO streamers go and play new MMOs, and their audience is going to say, hey, I didn't know about this game. Maybe I'll give it a try. It looks kind of cool. And that's how you get new people in BDO. You shouldn't want people to not come play the game, big streamers to not come play the game. That is the best way to attract more people to it. So whether you love Canon or you hate Canon, there's no doubt there's going to be a bunch of people in his audience that may agree or disagree with you, but in the end they're going to end up playing BDO, and it'll just create a more exciting environment for everybody, having a larger population. That's how you started BDO, off Summit playing back in the Steam launch. Yeah, that was exciting too, because I remember we had. Did I just get banned? I'm banned. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I remember we had Summit and Shroud, right? And you had one in Man Up, you had one in Snake, and both guilds were trying to fuck with each other's big streamer, and it just created a bunch of drama, but it was exciting. Everybody's having a fun old time, except for probably the streamers who are probably having a little bit of fun, but at the same time, they're probably like, God damn it, I just want to grind. What just happened? I have no idea. Just all of a sudden said I got disconnected. Nothing happened with OBS or anything. Everything else looks fine, so it wasn't a connection thing. Hopefully I didn't die to mobs there, although I guess it doesn't matter if I did. There's no crystal loss. Oh no! Well, thank God we have that shit. No crystal loss on death right now. Some bullshit. You're asking too many questions regarding deck changes? Yeah. I was just curious the timeline. I wanted to see when Pearl Abyss did the note, when they did it. And then I know I can go back in the partner Discord. Because I remember there was a whole kerfuffle. If I'm not mistaken, Huntler was coming at Cannon pretty hard back then. So I could probably just take a look at the chat history. And I can actually see the actual timeline of when Cannon played and when the decks were removed. Because who knows? I mean, at this point, it looks like it was almost 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago. So there's no doubt in my mind that, you know, probably misremembering some of the facts. I remember my biggest issue at first is Cannon was doing nothing to try to protect himself. Like, he wasn't swapping channels, he wasn't hiding his channel at first. It felt like he was genuinely just trying to bait people to try to get them suspended. And I was like, dude, you gotta at least put an effort to try to protect yourself. And then if they're continuously hunting you, then yeah, obviously they're just trying to be shitheads. And I think he eventually did start doing that. I'm gonna have to read up on that situation though, because I remember there was a pretty heated discussion. Obviously, a discussion I can't share with chat because it's in the partner Discord, but it'll probably remind me of everything that was going on at the time. Yeah, that's a streamer thing in general, and I try to make sure I articulate that on stream. Is streamers, like, they expect like this special privilege, and it's like they will, like, you know, there'll be beef that happens in game and then they get killed, and then they use their platform to shit talk the person, and they'll be like, oh, look at this fucking basement dwelling loser, you know, I bet he has no bitches, I bet he has no castles or manors or maidens, you know, and they'll talk all this shit on their stream, and then they expect there to be zero repercussions in game. It's like, I don't know. I personally think that streamers do deserve special treatment, but in the opposite direction. I actually think they should be less lenient with streamers. And if a streamer is getting fucked with, they should actually go back through the VOD and investigate and see how much antagonizing the streamer was doing on their platform. Because if the streamer is constantly antagonizing people, and using their platform to try to dehumanize the people, then the GM should be like, nah, sorry, we can't ban these players because you're talking shit on your stream. Like, that's not fair that you can just say or do whatever you want in front of your large audience and you expect us to step in as the middleman to clean up the mess. Like, that annoys the hell out of me. And I'm not saying this is specifically canon. I'm just saying there are definitely streamers out there who do this with games. It's not a coincidence there are some people who have played this game as streamers for years and years and years, and they don't get non-stop harassed. And there's some people who will play this game for short periods of time, and they just get relentlessly fucked with. If the community was as toxic as some of those people would have you believe, then it should be happening to all streamers all the time. But it doesn't. So you got to ask yourself, why is that? Why is there this difference how some streamers are treated in the community versus others? And when you go watch some streams, you find out pretty quickly, like with Joe Never Fails, turns out sometimes a little ego goes a long way at encouraging people to come fuck with you. But yeah, I think everybody should enjoy it. This isn't an existential crisis to BDO. This is a potential for a some interesting content. I personally, though, don't know how long Canon's going to last. Like I know he's talking about this potential Civil War arc where you get some streamers together and you know they drive some PvP, but I just don't know if he gets his account, especially if he's going free to play, to the point where he's going to be able to compete in that. I feel like he's going to get to a point where he's like, yeah, I think I could do something. The deck's going to go up, or he's going to hop to Arsha. And it's just, he's going to find out real fast the power difference between, you know, people who have played a reasonable amount of time and people who haven't. I don't want to outright say my view, but does anyone feel similarities between Canon Stream and Joe's or how they portray themselves? I personally don't. Maybe I'm looking at it differently from you, but like Canon is super helpful. Like people come into his chat, they'll be like, hey, what do you know about this game? Or what do you know about that game? What do you know about this, that? And Canon's pretty open to answer those questions. Where Joe, I remember like somebody at one point, I'm paraphrasing, but not that as much. I'm not exaggerating as much as you think. But I remember one time somebody came in and said something along the lines of, I'm having issues with things loading in BDO. Should I get an SSD or should I just get a bigger HD or something, a hard disk drive, right? And Joe said something along the lines of, fuck off, go Google it. He didn't say it exactly like that, but he basically said that. I remember I damn near fell out of my chair. That shit cracked me up. But like Canon seems in general really helpful, like to his community and people who pop in there. To be fair, he wasn't streaming tech support. He wasn't. That is true. That is true. But, like, you know what I've learned? And I'm not great at it. I try to constantly be better at it, Emerald. But sometimes when there's questions that come in that I don't want to answer, I try to remind myself, you could just ignore it. just ignoring the question is much better than telling the person to go fuck themselves. Or I could just be like, yo, not really sure, or don't really want to, you know, derail my stream and talk about that. Right? But yeah, it's, Joe was the classic case of go Google it. He told people to go Google it so many times. And I think the problem is, Joe had a very, very, very hard time of just saying, I don't know. And I've heard Cannon say that. He'll say that. He'll say, yeah, I don't know. I think this, but I don't know. Where Joe, if he didn't know something, he couldn't just say, I don't know. He would tell you to Google it. Because that still leaves it open that it is something he knows. If he tells you to Google it, right? Cannon's looking for a guild. Oh, Corgi. Corgi. I think we get content if Cannon is in Pico. Just saying. Public enemy #1 of all time. Oh my god. No, he's not playing KR anymore. Shroud popped in his stream today and convinced him to do his little arc on NA. You'll do it if Divios hops over? Divios, you know what you have to do, but do you have the strength to do it? You know what the nice thing is about that, chat? Whether you love Cannon or hate him, Corgi will not refuse Dex. Actually, I don't think so. Maybe he does refuse some. But he definitely does it a lot less than a lot of other guilds out there. Isn't there a deck limit? I guess there is now. Back in the day when decks were one-sided, you could only send 5 decks, but you could have like 100 decks on your guild. But I guess now, since it's an approval both ways, I guess there is a limit of 5. You haven't played in 2 weeks? It's because you bought that Elkstone. That's the biggest thing that turns me off from buying The Shining. It's not the money. It's the money a little bit, but that's such a small part of it. For me, Divios, that's one less thing to be excited about every week. At least the Elkstone clicks are every 5 days, where the armor clicks are every 7 days. Oh no! I just realized I leave on Wednesday morning, and I think I come back like a week later. I might miss a week of fucking bosses. I gotta check my calendar. I could obviously do Rift bosses easily, but I don't think I could do, because I could just remote on my phone, right? And I could kill a Rift boss, no problem. But I don't know if I could kill Caphras trying to play on my phone. Maybe if I get like a little Bluetooth controller to connect to my phone. I guess it also depends on how good the hotel Wi-Fi is. Oh, fuck me. One second, I gotta go look at the calendar and see when we leave and see when we come back. I actually might be okay. I can't remember if we come back Tuesday night or Wednesday night. But I leave Wednesday morning, and if I come back Wednesday the following week, I know we come back late. I might be like just outside the window on both ends. One second. One second. It looks like we come back Tuesday night, but that just says when the competition day is. It says the competition ends on Monday, but I think we stay there for an extra day. I need to take a look at the hotel days. Check out April 21st. That means we fly home on the 21st. The 21st is Tuesday. Oh, we're good. As long as I do my bosses up Wednesday morning. Woo. I was about to tell my wife, I'm sorry I can't go. Just kidding, obviously. Yo, somebody asked earlier what my favorite at PC snack is, and I said I don't think I snack at the PC. I just realized that was wrong. I typically don't snack. I usually eat a meal. But the one thing I will snack on is a pepperette. Because it's not messy. I don't have to worry about getting crumbs and stuff all over my keyboard. Oh my god. This old meme by BJ. Oh shit. Know your rights. Getting declared? Just say no. Guilds legally cannot declare without your consent. Oh, so fucking dumb. Man, this is a blast from the past. Mind if you ask a question? You absolutely can. Quit the game before you even start. Yo, Denny, what the fuck? Don't quit. Don't quit. You can be friends with us. Yeah, I'll answer your question. The answer is 2 inches. Dragor's penis is 2 inches. You're saving him, okay? You might be. You might be, actually. But maybe we don't want him to be saved. Maybe we want him to join us, because misery loves company.
Have you ever had a dream that you could
Let's go, Zethian. Yo, what's up, the King Maxi? Thank you so much for that resub. I appreciate it.
Let's goo Zethian.
Let's goo. Wait, let's goo? What? What are we gooing? What are we gooing? I'm putting Tuvala Gear to pen. Does it break if it fails? And if it does, what can I do? I don't screw myself. Well, it will lose max durability, yeah. But you can use the time-filled stones that you're using to enhance it to repair its max durability. So when you talk to the blacksmith, you're going to see 2 different options. Not only are you going to see the repair option, but you'll see like repair max durability option. You use that to restore the max durability back to full. I like how Shroud roped in Cannon into playing an NA, and now Shroud's playing an FPS. Follow this. What's this? The full Tuvala gear, Giga Chad. Goddamn. Yeah. Oh, Shroud will definitely swipe, right? Cannon though, he's trying to do a free to play challenge, so I think the real question is once he sees like if Shroud plays and he starts swiping and he's progressing really fast, will Cannon be able to resist the temptation to start swiping? Is Shroud playing today? I don't know if he's trying to play, starting to play today. I mean, Cannon's channel says logging in on an A with Shroud. So Cannon's title almost implies that Shroud's playing. Yo, what's up, Techo? Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be able to stream Crimson Desert anymore. You know, as much as I'd love to have the same audience on Crimson Desert as I do on BDO, this is my job, and I got to make sure I'm getting, making money. The nice thing is, I am very fortunate to still enjoy BDO, so. Something tells me he's trolling with the title. Maybe, maybe. I don't really know Cannon as much of a troll, but I don't watch his stream as much as other people do, so maybe I just don't know him that well. To just ruin people's watch streaks? But that would mean I'd have to wake up at crackhead hours, and I like my sleep way too much. Not to mention, John would be there to collect it, but Kanjara would probably... I mean, I guess you could always save your streak by watching the VOD. He likes to swipe. Yeah, that's what I've understood based off the conversation. I think he could definitely make it to 750 gear score. This is my prediction. I think he holds strong till he hits 750. I think 750 is a very reasonable gear score to get to. And then once he hits 750, his 800 and 850 goals, he'll say, okay, I'm going to start swiping from here. Because I think we all know that, like, every gear score, the earlier ones, they come fast and fast and fast. As you get further and further, it can become pretty time-consuming here and there. Why are we hating on it? That's not hating on Cannon. Is that hating on Cannon? Oh, okay. There's some people, there's a lot of people in the BDO community who directly hold Cannon responsible for one-sided decks being removed. Which I personally don't think is true. Now, I'm not saying he didn't necessarily possibly contribute to it. The only people who know that for sure is Pearl Abyss. But what a lot of people on NA and EU don't realize is there was a massive thing going on in KR at the same time. And there was a female streamer getting massively harassed in KR. And that's what definitely drove them removing one-sided decks. But it all happened to be roughly the same time as Cannon getting harassed. So people hold him accountable for it. He might have contributed to it, right? Pearl Abyss might have said, okay, we got this streamer over here that's getting definitely harassed. We need to address that. And there's also people on NA getting harassed, so you know what? Maybe we should do this, right? It might have been one of those things where it was like an afterthought to the conversation that kind of was, you know, helped push it in that direction. Yeah. I mean, there's been lots of streamers over the years, right? Lots and lots of streamers. People also don't realize that if you want the community to grow, you should want big streamers to come to the game and check it out and expose their communities to the game. I remember when, I think it was Tim the Tatman came to play BDO. Well, and it's funny because it was the people in my guild at the time, it was Snake members who fucked with him. But they legit, when he started playing the game, they invited him to the party. Somebody said, hey, I'll help you, join my party. They sent him a party invite, and then once he joined the party, he sent out a duel to someone else. And the funny thing about it back then is if you were in a party and that party was engaged in a duel, you couldn't leave the party. It wouldn't let you. It didn't matter if you logged out or anything. So he was basically held hostage on a sub 50 character in a party in a duel that he couldn't leave. And they just killed him over and over and over again outside Velia. That was him and his community's first exposure to the game. Needless to say, I don't think there was a second stream of BDO. I don't remember there being a second stream. And, like, sure, it's funny to talk about, but something like that happening is obviously not good for the game. That was a ton of potential players that might have stuck with the game. But that's, you know, that is a system, like, I don't know who designed the party system, but to make it so if somebody was in the party and the party was in a duel, you can't leave the party is crazy. But yeah, I think everybody needs to realize whether you love the whole situation or hate the whole situation. The reality is it's content for everybody. Everybody is going to benefit from the drama that revolves around this. Almost anybody who's been playing BDO for a long time knows that the most exciting and memorable moments in BDO have always been enshrouded in drama. So, we are potentially in for a ride. Drama's back. What do you mean he just made his character? I see him playing John Carpenter's Toxic Commando. Am I blind? I have him live on my monitor right now. He made a Seraph? Ooh. I think Shroud played Warrior too, right? Or I know Summit played Warrior. Fuck, what did Shroud play? Did he play Warrior too? Where's Divios? He'd know. He played Fodom, as he always does. Hey, hate the player, hate the game. I know Awakened Warrior was crazy at that time. You had the SAQ block, made Warrior super forgiving. Every ability was fully protected with CCs. It's crazy to think what Warrior had. Slashing had a bound, Gravedigging had a bound. You tap Q, you got like a super armor for 2 seconds, which made everything protected. You had a 8-second grab, cooldown. I honestly think the devs still have PTSD of Warrior from back then. That's why Warrior is just constantly like the punching bag for the devs. That sounds like 2026 Warrior. It isn't, because they don't have those CCs. They're protected, but they don't have those CCs. Also, back then, Warriors, any SAQ block class, their potions healed 50% more while blocking. That's also not a thing anymore. That sounds like 2026 Warrior. The crazy thing is, it sounds like Seraph, minus the SAQ block and the whatnot. But yeah, I basically just described Seraph. Except instead of giving it the SAQ block, they gave it a fucking ridiculous grab. I see IGN wrote an article about the issue we were talking about earlier, but just seemed to make it sound like it's just people mad about lack of in-game, completely missing the point. Oh my god. Yeah, Old Warrior had an awesome kit. I loved Old Warrior because I like the fact that like you had your protected, more safe, bigger damage abilities in the Awakening kit. But if you wanted to throw in some style and take down like evasion targets, you had main hand combos that you had to learn. And you could kill somebody with a full main hand combo. But they've just dumbed down, not Warrior specifically, tons of classes, but obviously Warrior in this conversation. So much so to the point where now it's just like it has its combo. Like so many classes are like that these days, where you just either have your good combo or you're not comboing correctly. There's not really much in between anymore. But back then you would have so many different Warrior playstyles. That's what made Hands stand out so much too, right? Because Hands was all about that flash. He was always doing flashy shit with the main hand. Now, there was another Warrior that was better than Hands named Trey. He didn't do the flashy shit, but man, he was always so clean and on point. Trey's still around, I think? I don't think so. He quit a long time ago, and I don't think he ever came back. I mean, if he did, he never came back and said hi to me. My fairy is still named after him. Pendandy Trey. I remember when he hit his Pendandy. It was super hype. I think it might be someone else. No. I think that's a different guy. Trey ended up quitting because he had some IRL shit happen. I remember I talked to him very briefly about it, and he never came back. I need to start streaming so I could start making some fucking drama in this game. Oh my god, you could be the savior. You could be BDO Jesus. Bringing this game back from the dead. Yeah, Mac had IRL shit going on. Then he came back very briefly, and then he disappeared again. I think he just kind of games in his off time. We all miss Mac though. Yeah. I think you'll realize you're actually not that far behind land. Get in the habit of just AFK fishing and doing your weekly stuff. You'll see yourself bounce back pretty quick. Yeah, that reminds me, actually, I have my party bosses here in about 45 minutes with the boys. I can't wait to talk to Huntler about Cannon coming back. Maybe I should turn on comms for this run. Yo, thank you for the follow, Grinpa. You might get banned. Nah, Huntler's a good boy. He doesn't say anything like that. Can't do that anymore. I know. We need drama. Yeah, in about 40 minutes. Ooh, the girls are back. Oh, is that my French vanilla? Thank you. Look what I bought. Deep seas, let's go. Deep seas for the man in the deep sea. Thank you, hon. Someone tell him to leave. Trust me, tons of people have been telling them that. I actually don't want him to leave myself. I think Cannon and a lot of people are like bumblebees. They're just cross-pollinating games in their communities. You know, there's a lot of people in their communities that maybe don't know BDO and are now going to know them. They might fall in love with the game. I will die for his sins. Sark. This is a holy war for you, isn't it? Holy. The holiest. Oops, trying to drink my drink and press buttons with one hand. Man strapping up, putting on an extra rosary, equipping that holy hand grenade. Washing his face with holy water. He's even got a crown of thrones to wear into battle. Snoops? Yo, that any relation to Snoop Dogg? Stoops is another big one. I think he means Stoops. S-T-O-O-P. Aren't you thinking of Stoops? I'm pretty sure it's Stoops, not Snoops. That's why I'm laughing, because when you say Snoops, it makes me think of like Snoop Dogg, right? Low key though, maybe even not even low key, maybe high key. If Corgi gets them into Pico, that shit would be content. Skeptic killed him, or Lunarlay did. Goon sends regards. Oh, that's Pones. Who's next to him? The Velk. Lunarlay is on the Seraph. The Velk, is that Swittix maybe? you know what's gonna happen, right? Is people are going to like these guys are, I'm sure they're just playing right now, but people are gonna keep playing and keep pushing and pushing and pushing and seeing how far they can go, and then eventually somebody's gonna step over the line, and then the GMs are gonna step in, and then there's gonna be a whole kerfuffle about it. I mean, he's got his awakening now anyways, right? He's 56. He should just go and progress his shit up. Yasuni? Oh shit. Yasuni's comment cracks me up. Yasuni says, Cannon, can you get them to add Dex back to the game? Oh, I was wondering, why the hell do I hear chatting? Like, what's this chatting going on? But it's my fucking NASA stream I have open. Hey girls, come here. Dene. Bad Noodle Bro gonna get Node War removed. Oh, oh my god. We are in for content, chat. This is gonna be a content fiesta. Can you get seeds removed before you work on Node Wars? Oh, his chat is pure comedy right now. That screenshot shows how much this game's changed, though. The fact that there's a screenshot and it's at Arise react if you want a PvP right now. The fact that it's... I remember back in the day it wasn't react if you want a PvP. It was like, shit's going down. All call. Get your asses to the PC. It's time to fight. The environment has changed so much. You miss GVGs at Oryx? Me too. Back when we had GVGs at Oryx too, we still had the old ghillies. I remember that. You put on that ghillie, you would die at the Valencia Green, and you're basically invisible. Yeah. Oh, Sawson's PvP, yup. You'd be out there with a full party of 5 people, and then all of a sudden some overgeared ranger would come through and just gat down your whole squad. Or after the warrior changes, you'd have to deal with some overgeared warrior, awakened warrior, while everybody else is main hand. I was the warrior. Aurelio, Thunderbound, Kevank, Cozier, Clayton. I wish it showed the guilds all these people were in. I want to type something in Cannon's chat. Family's number one because they hold the most Adania castles, but I don't know if they actually do right now. Someone getting Aurelia out of castle? LaFonda's gonna do it next week. He's gonna get his vengeance. Gahaz, yeah, I remember fighting the over the elites at Gahaz and Kadri's. Oh, we're not getting another one. I feel like it's so much easier to get costumes these days, though. Yeah. I remember Choice got really lucky with his Blood Wolves and his Shuriken piece, but he got hung up on the Ranaros piece. And I remember getting my Ranaros piece and then going and combining it next to him. Somebody should tell Cannon to go to Anonymous Arsha because then nobody will know who he is, and therefore he won't get killed. Yeah, there was always both. There was always a full drop. Actually, no, I think initially there was no pities. I think it was initially just the raw drop, right? And they later added the pities? I can't remember now. Because I think I did it when there was no pities. Oh, you found a bag and a little turtle. What's the turtle's name? Crush? Remember, like from Finding Nemo? Righteous! Righteous! That turtle's name was Crush. Oops. I wonder if anybody even uses that. Is there anybody in chat who uses that? One second, let me pull it back up. Why can't I pull my thing out? When you go to repair, there's this little wheel you can click and you can adjust your repair settings. Is there any reason to not have all of those checked? I don't understand the purpose of this. Why would you not just want to try to repair everything that you can? Just something I accidentally click and it's annoying. Maybe someone wants to show up Zerkas? Okay, never mind. That's the perfect reason. But you can't do that anymore. They hotfix that. Sakurai drops Devos? They do, yeah. Yeah, they revamped Sakurai. It drops a lot of new shit. It's one of the best grind spots in the game. He's talking about going back to KR already? Yeah. I don't think he likes his stream being kind of derailed like this. So I think it's gonna weigh on him pretty heavily. No. People have a hard time playing into it. Even if they don't play into it, though, they benefit from it dramatically. Like, Joe never would have got a fraction of how popular he was if it wasn't for, like, Milkbag and those guys constantly, basically bringing content to his stream, right? I mean, Norelio's probably the one that leans into it the best, but I just don't think he really streams enough. It's kind of a fine line, too, right? Because as soon as people know that you're actually having fun and it's not actually bothering you, then the jig is up. They stop doing it. So it's like this really careful line you got to balance on, where you got to make it look like it's bothering you to keep them coming, but not let it actually bother you. Because you don't want it destroying your mental, right? But yeah, as soon as they know you're actually having fun with it, then the jig is out. That stream got derailed too. Man wanted to just war deck, but ended up being locked to Sakurai for years. The biggest thing for me is the polarization between PvE and PvP gear. I don't mind getting ganked while I'm grinding, if I can actively defend myself immediately. But it annoys the fuck out of me that people can come and just attack you, and then while you're swapping your shit, they just dip. And then they wait for you to swap back, and then they come back, and it just ruins the whole open world experience, PvP experience for me. If they get rid of that polarization between your PvE and PvP gear, I'll go back to living on Ursha. I don't care about getting ganked while I'm grinding. As long as I feel like I'm at my full power to fight back, you know? Yeah. I think they just either... It annoys me because when they rebalance, like, monster damage scaling off your AP, that would have been the perfect opportunity for them to just remove monster damage. I genuinely feel like they should have just removed monster AP and then just rebalanced everything. Since they were rebalancing everything anyways, they should have just rebalanced it all around just your AP. Get rid of all the human damage, get rid of all the monster damage, just make it all flat AP. Obviously adjust anything that needs to be adjusted so it would fit more appropriately. Because it's monster damage that's the primary issue. I gotta admit though, Canon is a pretty nice camera. I just realized. I mean, Canon the streamer, not the brand. I wonder if he uses a Canon camera. You think Canon uses a Canon camera? I wonder if he has his setup in his stream. Oh, here we go. Mic, mouse, keyboard. 7950X3, 4090, MSI Tomahawk, storage, cooling, RAM, power supply. No, nothing about his camera. Looks 360p to me. Have you tried changing the settings? Oh snap, I can't go over. Oh shit, John, you always crack me up. Like drunk goggles? Yeah, everybody looking sexy. There hasn't been a dev talk every single year. So there's no guarantee there's going to be a dev talk this year. But people do speculate it will be in April, because I think that's when it was last year. But I don't believe there's been a dev talk every year, unless I'm misremembering. If it happens, I hope it's when I get back. Call me selfish. I want it to be back when I get back. So approximately 16 days from today. You think maybe they'll do a dev talk at the end of the academy? Maybe. You would think that that would be also be an opportunity for them to talk about what they're going to do with the academy moving forward too, right? I could see it. Unset a video? Unset. You're doing that thing where you possibly make smart comments again that go right over my head. Can you cut that out? Y'all expecting too much? Yeah. I have zero expectation of it. It's one of those things where like the only thing I know that has happened like clockwork is there's a Heidel ball and a Calpheon ball every year, and those are the only things I genuinely look forward to. And just because they're having those balls doesn't mean that they're going to be exciting either. They're not always delayed, but there's usually a timeline, and in the past, they've actually done pretty well with timelines since Pearl Abyss took over publishing. This has been obviously the worst example, the most recent, though. This has been awful the last 4 months. I don't know if they released anything on time. Maybe Star's End and Underwater, but I think everything else has been delayed, right? It's like everything they announced that we were supposed to get, they're just gonna wait and re-announce it at the next ball. Oh, by the way, you remember all these things we talked about that you were supposed to get over the last 6 months? Well, we're gonna work on them the next 6 months. You're welcome, chat. Infinite content glitch. Oh, that is very nice. Holy moly, kiddo. Good choice. I like the color. Did you get one? What? Oh, gotcha. You might have to show them off to me later. What are you laughing at back there? Just released Deki Adana. Oh. I mean, I think a lot of us, like, they originally made it seem like Savior was supposed to come out with Adania Part 2, right? And then they ended up just dropping it. And like the way they delayed the Elkstone, it made it feel like the Elkstone was going to be attached to Adania Part 2. But they ended up just doing like the laziest way of changing it, which honestly was what we asked for, right? Anything is better than what we had, but it did feel like maybe there was going to be more depth behind it. I don't know. I hope this Heidel ball is a banger, because thing is, the game's feeling like it's in a pretty big lull right now. It is definitely feeling stagnating at the moment. The original Elkstone rework is the same as what we had now, but it was supposed to be like 100 times more expensive. Like it was going to cost you 10 trillion silver to pity your Elkstone instead of 1 trillion silver. Yeah, that's how I feel about it too, and I feel like sometimes the guy just hops up on stage at one of the balls, he's feeling himself, and he just starts announcing things that they were talking about that they haven't even talked to the dev team yet of whether it's implementable or not, and then they basically make these promises. I say promises loosely because they don't officially say that they promise to do it, but the way the community interprets it is if it's a promise, right? But then they go back to the dev team and say, okay, we need to add this. I just told them we're going to add this. And then the dev team's like, I don't think we could do that. We'll try, but I don't think we can. And then they find out that they can't, and then they just sweep it under the rug and never talk about it ever again. Ooh, the moon is getting big. Seamus. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. I mean, I think that's largely too, like all the promises over the years they made with BDO, and then they go to try to implement it, and it wouldn't work. I think that's also largely part of the reason why they said, okay, we need to make a new engine, and then they did that for Crimson Desert and you know, their future IPs, because they just ran into so many engine limitations. And to be fair to Pearl Abyss, oh, very nice, kiddo. To be fair to BDO, or to Pearl Abyss, like they were a small little indie company, and instead of just making a game on the Unreal Engine, they decided to make the Black Desert engine from scratch, and one of the best MMOs of all time on it, right? As much as you might love or hate BDO, there's no doubt that it's one of the best MMOs of all time now. There's so many MMOs that have died over the last 20 years that would have loved to have half of BDO's success. So the fact that they were a small little indie company not only made this MMO, but also managed to make a new engine for it. Like, they did pretty good. So I think I'm really excited what BDO 2 ends up being, right? It probably is not something we see for a decade, but I can't imagine that they didn't learn a ton from the mistakes they made with the BDO engine and limitations they discovered over the years. And they tried to make the Black Space engine with those limitations in mind to make sure that they have less limitations next time. Well, the thing is Unreal isn't a game. It is just an engine. You're comparing a game to an engine that has the engine made for it. It's not as simple as just remaking the engine every time you want to update it, right? There's so many systems that also have to be adjusted every time. And that's the whole reason why they made this next engine, right? This Crimson Desert engine is looking phenomenal. Yeah. But even if you compare it to Unreal Engine now, like take a look at how many MMOs are made on the Unreal 5 engine that just fucking are garbage. It turns out the Unreal Engine in general is pretty bad for MMOs. Look at yours. Very nice. I like the flowers. Now, there's also a lot of good things that are made on the Unreal Engine. Like one MMO that I think deserves an honorable mention is Terra. That was made on the Unreal Engine, and that was an holy fuck. That was an MMO that actually felt pretty damn good. That's like one of the few MMOs I can think of that was on the Unreal Engine that actually felt good. If we get to the ball and they announce a remaster 2.0 for BDO bringing it into Black Space, I'd be so happy. Yeah, the likelihood if they ever did that though is like so small. The amount of work that is required to port over a product to a new engine it's more work than just making a new product for the new engine with less benefit too, right? Because let's be honest. If they just made BDO 2, almost all the BDO players would hop over to it anyways. But it would also capture a massive new audience. Where porting over BDO to the new engine would obviously have a benefit, but I think it would capture a lot less of a new audience. Terra also had optimization issues that could be felt in Corsair Stronghold. Yeah, I never played. I played Terra really aggressively when it was in beta, when it was in alpha, when it was in when it just released. I loved that game. I had so much fun. But after the first month, like content was coming out so slow and they had so little planned that I ended up quitting it and never came back to it after that. Because I was like, yeah, I just can't sit here doing nothing for who knows how long. And here I am in BDO basically doing that. No, the problem is, Emerald, is with the Unreal Engine, when you use someone else's engine, you're limited by their framework, right? So, like, you might have all these visions of things you want to do, but it might not fit into what's available. Another one. Holy, I really like that one too. But yeah, you're limited by someone else's engine, and like, what are you going to do at that point, right? It's not like these other devs can modify Unreal's engine, right? They just got to modify what they're doing within that engine. Where, you know, obviously it's, I would think it's much more beneficial to make your own engine for your game because, yeah, rewriting a whole engine is obviously not something that's easily done because you got to rewrite your games forward as you're going along, as you make changes. But I'm sure there's when you do have your own engine and your game on your own engine, you can make minor adjustments here and there to try to make it fit, right? I think it might be boss time. I better swap channels. So, yeah, I think Pearl Abyss deserves a lot of props for the Black Desert engine. The fact that Black Desert still holds up to a lot of modern MMOs, considering the engine, you got to remember, BDO is 10 years old. The engine is probably like 11, 12, maybe even 13 years old from when they started working on it. The fact that this game is still competing with MMOs of today shows they did a pretty fucking banging job. But, you know, they have their limitations. I am really excited to see what they do with the Black Space engine, their new engine. Yeah. At this point, after playing Crimson Desert, there's so many systems in there that feel like they could easily fit into an MMO. So I'm super excited. If they said tomorrow, if they said at this Hideout Ball, sorry everybody who plays BDO, we regret to inform you, but we're no longer supporting BDO. But behind the scenes, we've been working on BDO 2, and we'll be launching that in June. I wouldn't be sad for a second. I would be so excited. I don't care. All these pixels to me don't mean shit. This is not a big deal to me. I'd be so excited for that new game and to play that with you guys. Unless video is shit. Unlikely but possible. I mean, it's true. One thing we don't know with the Crimson Desert engine, right? The Black Space engine, sorry, that Crimson Desert is on, is yeah, the single player game feels great. But we don't know how the game's going to feel once you start having player interactions with each other, right? It might feel even more laggy and desyncy than BDO does. That's why I really want them to add multiplayer functionality to Crimson Desert, because that will give us a bit more insight into what an MMO might feel like. Obviously, multiplayer in a single player game is still a lot different than an MMO because you don't have to have a server in between. One second. You don't have to have a server in between, right? You just have two clients directly communicating with each other. As soon as you make it an MMO, now you need to have a server in between that both clients communicate with, and then the server acts as the authority, right? And that adds another point of delay. So, but it is at least one more step towards us knowing what an MMO Crimson Desert might feel like. Your favorite boy is back, Hunler? Cannon. Oh, no. Yeah, Cannon's playing video again. He's been getting a lot of flack. According to him, those all happened before he came to the game. No, his timeline is so off. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if he's just, I mean, it was 2.5 years ago. Maybe he's just misremembering, but yeah. The thing is, yeah, the thing is he couldn't have been harassed the way he was if the deck system was already changed. Oh yeah. Shut up. We're finally going to be free from all PvP. Creating a safer game for you and me. He was getting power leveled in the second he hit 51 Skeptic, and some guys showed up and killed him. And he swapped back to Seasons or Nova servers. It's going to be content for sure, depending on how long he manages to stick around. Oh yeah, for sure. Oh. Crimson Desert hype. But Shroud's coming back too, apparently. Maybe. What are you looking at? We are doing the boss blitz, the group bosses. You're gonna see they're super easy. Yeah. You wouldn't think too, if they were flying like some of us down to test the game early on and get an idea of it, you think it would have been like a good opportunity for them to be like, okay, well, you guys can kind of be on the forefront of showing people what this game is truly all about, right? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Wait, what? I'm gonna start playing Path of Exile. What the hell? Oh yeah, they did a great job with Crimson Desert Tekka. I still love it. Yeah, with Crimson Desert. Yeah. I just hope we actually see it. It sounds great. That does sound like a not a greedy company, but let's see how execution is. Oh, for sure. The patches have been awesome. They've been definitely listening to the community. You don't hit so many hot button things without listening to your community. Any words for potential returning player? Anything new or interesting or same old? Oh man, depending on how long it's been since you played, a ton has changed in BDO. A ton. The best thing I could say is just get lost in the journey and have fun. Yeah. Yeah. Somebody was saying in my stream there was a puzzle they watched me do, and I like struggled with it because I had to line up like these 3 towers and I had to turn a wheel that made it all weird. And they said that when they did the puzzle, they just ended up using another ability and forced one of them into the right position once they got the other 3, and it was just a completely different way to do it. Are you Basic? Yeah, just talking about a puzzle on Crimson Desert with Humler.
Utani suddenly pulls out some beans and eats them raw! Ah, beans taste best when pure escape!
Did we fail? Oh, I didn't notice. I was fucking daydreaming. We had to restart there because we had somebody DC.
Utani suddenly pulls out some beans and eats them raw! Your escape! This could...
Jesus. I think it's likely. The offhand we did, but not the other two. The other two actually came before Karazhan. Yeah. Yep. I think it's good to have both. the hell? Yo, Cannon, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it tremendously. I thought you were about to watch. I had you on my side monitor there. Some Steam game, Legends of Ymir or something. Yo, I appreciate the raid very much. Man, your name's been buzzing through my stream all morning. Holy. I hope everybody's having a wonderful day, though. We are just about to finish our bosses here. We're doing the weekly bosses. It's a shame you guys are just coming in now. I could have gave a better showcase of what we're doing. The servers are up way later. You got your time mixed up? Oh, gotcha. Man, time zones are tough. Jeez. I don't know how many times that happened with me. We gotta be careful we don't kill this boss too quickly. We're all over geared for it, and we gotta make sure we all get a color. There we go, get my green color. You can just kill it. We like to make sure that we all get a color because you can have like a wipe if somebody doesn't have a color if you get certain mechanics in the second phase. But you're right, it can be done without doing it, but you do risk the odd chance that maybe you do get wiped because of it. So it doesn't feel like that big of a deal to take the extra 10 seconds to make sure everybody gets a color, then you don't have to ever worry about that happening. Because, yeah, this is the thing we would have had to V right here. Because he does the attack, and if one of those doesn't hit the right color, then he does a giant AoE that wipes you. So if he does that basically 2 times in a row, you wipe. I'm sure you already know that, though. It sounds like you know this, boss. But he only did it once. Good job, gentlemen. Thank you. I just hit my Windows key to try to leave the party. Yeah, I hope you had a great stream. I'm trying to tell people. I know there's... People are so polar about it. I've been trying to tell people, whether you love it or hate it, this could be content for the game. And this game's always... Like, all the best times in BDO have been driven by drama. So, just enjoy it. Enjoy new players coming to the game. Enjoy some fun, some dramatic situations. And, no shot, this person tried to take my spot. Get out of here. Uh-oh. Oh, damn. Oh, I'm getting abused. I'm not set up properly. Overworking? Yeah, I'm getting worked by these mobs right now. Uh-oh. No, he's back. He's back. Hey, just saying. Uh-oh. What's he saying? My outfit's cooler than yours? Yeah, but I'm too cheap to finish up on my purple. Oh, like, I can't type, holy. You guys ever get that where you move your keyboard just like a half a centimeters to the left, and then all of a sudden you're just typing gibberish and you just can't correct it? You got to get that keyboard back in that perfect position. Oh my god, that book looks so cool though. Holy. I've actually never seen the Wusa Sovereign. That shit looks so good. What? Am I a Wusa? I got a spear that disappears. Yo. Okay, I'm giving up, chat. I'm buying a pigment. Oh wait, I don't think I have to unequip it, do I? There we go. Oh my god, that looks so cool. Bro caved under pressure. I folded so fast. I folded so fast. But I am going to save up the last 24 for my main hand. If you use a weapon exchange, do you keep the pigment? I'm pretty sure you do. If you tag it, you do. Wait, can I not see other people's fairies? Can you ever see other people's fairies? I gotta see if they have that fairy drip. Let's see. Display pet, show pet, display fairy, hide fairy, show. What about other people's fairies? $200 purple swords? That is so cool about Ninja. I love the fact that Ninja has so many swords. Do you guys think that they ever draw inspiration for classes from like different characters? Like Guts for Warrior? Maybe something for Ninja? I don't know. What about that character from One Piece? Is BDO worth it? Yeah, I think BDO is a great game. It's kind of hard to say, right? Because, you know, the whole purpose of gaming is to have fun. And I can't necessarily tell you what you will have fun with. But I can tell you I have fun with it. I mean, I put in an absurd amount of hours into it. So... You'll hear a lot of jaded BDOs, not streamers, but like BDO veterans will act like the game has no content. But they'll just like conveniently forget that they've already dumped like 20,000 hours into the game. So even though like me, my main gameplay loop is to like, I don't even need to grind. I could just log in every week and do my weekly bosses and stuff and fish in between and I'm good. But for like most new players, you know, there's an absurd amount of things for you to do and work on. Worth it if looking for good PvP? Yes and no. So Solaire is a ton of fun, but it's only available certain times of the day and like a fraction of the year. I wish Pearl Abyss just had that shit running almost all the time. Guild League is also fun, although it occasionally has its issues depending on what the balance is looking like in the game. So like there's some fun PvP modes. The biggest problem Pearl Abyss has with BDO is just not having them available all the time. It does make it feel a lot more like a theme park in regards to PvP, because there's just not much to do in regards to open world PvP, and like all the other PvP in the game is like specific times of the day or year or whatnot. What soldier? Sorry, Solaire or Solare. It's basically a 3v3 arena. You don't get to queue in with 2 friends, though. You queue in by yourself, and it randomly puts you in a team with 2 other people. If doing ranked, true, good point. If you queue up in practice mode, you can actually queue up with 2 friends. Let you tag more than 1 person. Yeah, they actually do have a tag system. So, like right now, I have my hashtagged. Sorry, my profiles. I have all my character profiles set up like a refrigerator here, and all my viewers get to paint my pictures on my refrigerator. But, yeah, you can have 2 characters tagged. It's relatively cheap now, too, compared to what it was. Not only is it cheaper in terms of cost, but everybody makes so much more money that it's really easy to... Like, you'll have your main, and then you'll have a side character that you can rotate very, very easily. Gear is normalized for Solaire, yes. For Solaire, yes. For Guild League, no. And then there's a lot of Node Wars and Sieges that will have capped gear, where you will have to get a little bit of gear, but it's really easy to hit the caps. Yeah, 1v1, I think you would see some glaring problems with class balance. But 3v3, like, those issues start to fade away, and I personally agree 5v5 would be amazing. Guild League is 10v10, and it starts to feel a little bit much. I think 5v5 would be perfect. Yeah, exactly. I'm Smash. A 5v5 can only become one-sided once you start introducing a Shy to the mix. Shies amplify a player's strength so much. But if both sides have a Shy or both sides don't, then it feels great. All right, I'm on 29 for 30 for my deck. Last one will be on a 69 stack. I hope it goes. You better get that Shadow Play ready. Not anymore, though. They are actually doing some major work with Valkyrie. And this week, it's looking like Succession Velk might be a pretty good healer. I mean, Wizard can do okay, too. They have, like, Lighthouse and the Rabam heal. But definitely not the same way like Shy's. But Velk, I'll be honest, I'm not a big fan of the Lance with Awakening Velk. But Suck Velk is kind of piquing my interest. I always have liked playing, like, Paladin, like... characters. I was always hoping that they would release like a male paladin, and it would be like your traditional archetype. Do you think Seraph is going to get nerfed soon? I don't know. I think it really depends on how much how well it does in Solaire. It's obviously a really good 1v1 class, but I think it starts to fall off a bit. I don't think it ever becomes necessarily bad, but, you know, it'll be interesting to see a season with Seraph in its current state. You hope they keep buffing Suck Velk. I do too. Velk has, specifically Suck Velk, has been kind of in disrepair for a little while. I want them to start on Awakening Maewa too. Like Awakening Maewa is the class that needs the most. There's lots of classes though that could use love. It's amazing what they've done for Awakened casters. Like Awakened casters are kind of back huge. I agree they should buff Suck Sage. Now we're talking. Get me back on my Dimensional Demon. If they made it so Suck Sage was more effective at getting back attacks, I think I would play a lot more Suck Sage. I really like to grind on what I PvP on. And Suck Sage just doesn't feel great for grinding because it's like it does insane damage, but it's just not good at getting back attacks. If they made it so you could, like, you know how you can start an ability on Suck Sage and then do a Rift Chain and then finish the ability? Well, the problem is while you're rifting, you're not doing any damage. Your DPS just stops. If they allowed you to split abilities with like Prime Spear Bolt or Form Shift, Suck Sage would be significantly better at getting back attacks, and I'd start grinding on it. Give Deadeye her kit back. I mean, Deadeye just got a bunch of PvE buffs, like 2 or 3 patches in a row or something, didn't they? From what I hear, Deadeye's a pretty good PvEer again. As for PvP, I don't think she's bad. She's not S+++ tier anymore. But I don't think she's bad. How many people in chat here watching Artemis? I got the NASA live stream up. This is pretty hype. They are getting real close to the moon right now. It's approximately 3 hours until the closest point to the moon. But the moon is like massive right now. Yeah, I got both a really cool live stream on YouTube. Here, I'll post it here. This is the YouTube live stream I have up. And then there's also the Twitch official NASA stream that I also have up. I got both on my side monitors for anybody else who wants to watch that with me. That NASA sparkle is awesome, yeah. I wonder if I have it too, because I've been hanging out in that stream all day. NASA sparkle. Yeah, because we got that from... Oh, no, wait, it's a badge, right? Maybe it's a badge you get from the drops. You get a badge and the emote? Ah, sweet. Okay. They won't get that close? Like 60 miles versus 5K? Yeah, but the thing about this time is we have such better cameras. And I think they're scouting out. They're basically, from what I understand too, I might not be remembering this correctly, but they're also in a position in the moon and the Earth's orbit where the sun, they're actually going to be between the sun and the moon. So the dark side of the moon, which it isn't actually always dark, it's just called the dark side of the moon because the moon is tidally locked with Earth, right? So that one side of the moon is always facing away from Earth. But that side that's facing away from Earth is going to be under direct sunlight, I believe. And they're also going to be scouting, because I'm pretty sure they're on a bit of an inclination with the moon, but they're also going to be scouting the southern hemisphere, the southern pole of the moon, because that's where they want to land in 2029. Because in the southern hemisphere, right, the Earth is always just kind of circling the horizon. It's never straight up and above. So they want to scout out a spot to land in 2029 near a crater, because in the depths of that crater, the sun will never reach it because of the angle of the sun, right? And that means that if in the bottoms of these craters, there is the potential to have water from maybe an asteroid impact that's been sitting there forever, and since the sun never directly hits it, it doesn't evaporate. So I think that's why they want to look for, some of these craters and maybe make a plan of which ones or which location to maybe visit a couple. The moon is still big, so they're probably just going to focus on one big one. And let's be honest too, they're probably interested to see what China was doing when they were landing probes on the backside of the moon. I'm sure there's motivation there too. Yeah. Right? It's so cool that we could just see everything going on. We all get to watch at home, almost like we're there with them. It's so cool. My dad was so excited about it. I had him over yesterday for Easter dinner, and we were sitting there watching and talking it, and like, he was 17 years old when the astronauts first landed on the moon, and I guess he would have been like 19 or 20 years old when they landed the second time. I can't remember, did they land 2 or 3 times? But yeah, he was pretty young, like it was a long time ago for him. I'm really curious because of how far they're going to be from the moon, and the moon is going to be directly between them and the Earth. If we're going to see like how much of the moon is going to eclipse the Earth? Like, are they close enough that it will completely cover the Earth, obstruct the Earth from view? Or will they be far enough that maybe you'll see like an outer ring around of the Earth around the moon? Probably gonna just completely cover it, but it'll probably look pretty cool when they we're gonna get to see a live stream of both an Earth set and an Earth rise. That's going to be really cool. And that's going to be over the next couple hours. They went 6 times? Okay, but did they land on it 6 times? Because obviously there was a lot of different, like they scouted it out a bunch of times and went back and forth. Like all the way from I think Apollo 8 up to I can't even remember. But not all of them landed, I know that. I guess I could Google it. Let's find out. Let's see. Oh, 6 times. Yeah, you're right. Apollo 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, and 17. And, yeah, 6 times. And a cool thing that I learned just yesterday is the reason why they call this Artemis is because apparently Artemis is Apollo's sister. I think that's pretty cool. I love it when they do naming things like that. Because the moon is haunted? They're going to the moon packing heat? They're going to take out them space ghosts, huh? I hope they brought their, I hope they called the Ghostbusters. Surely they called Bill Murray, right? To give him a quick briefing on how to deal with ghosts. Wait, is there a band called Bill Murray? Yeah, it shows how far they still are. The thing is they've slowed down quite a bit, right? A lot of people don't realize that this orbit they're on, it's almost like a stone thrown in the air, and as the stone reaches the apex of the throw, the Earth's gravity starts to take over and pull it back, right? And it's effectively the same thing is happening still with the Earth, where they basically just threw this thing far enough to just get behind the Earth, have the Earth pass by through its natural orbit between the Artemis and the Earth, and then the Artemis starts falling back towards Earth. And they're going to gain so much speed. Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, when they were at periapsis, they increased their velocity to like 10,000 meters per second. So by the time they reach, as they fall back to Earth, they'll eventually reach that again. Because right now they're traveling at, they've slowed down enough in this ascent. Oh no, they have it covered. Damn, they have it covered on the other feed. But they've slowed down quite a bit because, yeah, they're starting to basically reach the apex of that arc. Oh yeah, there's crazy math involved, right? It's funny because I don't know how many of you guys have ever messed around with a game called Kerbal Space Program, but they actually do an amazing job with orbital mechanics. And it's kind of cool because now when I see stuff like this, it gives you a much more better understanding and respect for what they're doing. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, they're moving at 1,549 kilometers an hour. I know yesterday around this time when I was watching, they were still moving at like 2,600. And they will eventually slow to 0, and that'll be once they're basically at the apex or the apoaxis. All Gas by Bill Murray, by the way. I think I've heard some music or listened to. I think you'd like him. Okay. We actually have a song request if you want to pop it in. What happened to this pack? Oh, I thought I saw a white dot. Maybe he thought it was free for a sec. You don't have the points? I am but a baby. Yeah. Yeah, I have a lot of metal and classic rock in this playlist. We kind of just sit here and vibe and grind and chat about random stuff all day. Yeah. Yeah, not all of it is classic rock and metal, but there's a variety of stuff. Actually, right now, I don't think it's my playlist playing. I think it's just Spotify recommending things. Oh, yeah, it is. Although I do have some Pantera in my playlist. If you want to see my normal playlist, I actually have a playlist command. It's like a 24-hour or 26-hour playlist on Spotify. So if you guys like my my music taste and you want to listen to the playlist when I'm not live, I don't try to hoard it. Yeah, 26 and a half hours, a total of 364 songs. Recommending things off of song requests? I think it does. Oh my god. Toasty Toes? What is that? Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned. Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned we have song requests. That song title is kind of sus. To the best. I like how it says again, implying that it's not the first time. Oh no, you said the magic word. I love saxophone. It is the sexiest instrument by far. It's not even close. I am a sucker for some good sax. Their sax player is a female too, which is rare. Yeah, she probably blows. Get it? Because you got to blow into the saxophone. Boo! Get off the stage! Yeah. Crazy thing about saxophone players too is like their cheeks end up getting like quite loose, right? I think it's basically like any wind instruments like that too, where you're trying to exert a lot of force. It just like stretches out your cheek muscles, cheek membrane, cheek flesh. Not all that's a different way to play. Ah, see? Yeah, there's always some nuance behind everything. I remember seeing a video of one guy. Maybe it was a glass blower. Maybe it wasn't a saxophone player. That might have been a glass blower I saw, now that I think about it. But yeah, he had like super stretched out cheeks. Still waiting for the saxophone. Where's it at? It's interesting. Has like a pop feel to the vocals, but like you got that metal feeling in there too. Ah. So there's another version of this song that isn't the collab, that is a bit different? Interesting.
Boy, Zethian. On this day of eggs and feast, we say Happy Easter. Now go. Smash CUNY mobs and eat many meats.
I ate many meats last night. Had a big old turkey. Already ate leftovers for lunch. Wife's making a turkey pot pie for dinner tonight. She makes a mean pie crust, dude. This is an AI song, isn't it? I got run through the story in Crimson Desert this week. Nice. I was doing a bunch of upgrading in my camp last night on Crimson Desert. I'm gonna do a bunch more of that still and keep doing a bunch of side quests. And then I don't know when I'll get back to this story. I think there's like what, 11 or 12 chapters? So I'm getting there. Listen to Noodles by Shrezzers. Okay. I think pushing the story is a mistake if you're going to try and 100% of the game. Yeah, I think what I need to do now is I just need to keep doing all the side quests that are available and the challenges that I have. And then once I've exhausted all those, then, you know, push a little bit of the main story again. I don't know if I'm gonna try to 100% it. You know, if I get over 90%, I'll feel pretty accomplished in that game. You really don't like Cliff, Sword, and Board? Oh, well, why don't you play it other ways? Like, there's lots of ways. Yeah. I don't know at what point you get the dragon. But if you can pull your sword out and do the little, like, seeking thing with it, right? Where you can see the reflections of, like, points of interest. It'll be pretty cool to fly around and grab all the challenges and try to do them at that point. Because it'll probably be really easy to find all the challenges. Dragon is a 50-minute IRL cooldown. How long do you get to fly it for? Probably better. Ooh, smart. The abyssal points, yeah. Just get, like, use a waypoint up there. Scout out a spot, fly down, grab that, warp back up, and just do that over and over again. Probably a little time consuming, but that's a good idea. When do our rifts respawn next? I did them yesterday at noon. That'll be what? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday is the next one. And then Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Oh, Wednesday I'm gone. They actually spawn the day I leave. But rifts are actually something I could definitely do. I could just remote into my PC and then run my rifts. Maybe I'll actually park a character at each one of them too, which will make traveling a lot easier. Where am I going? I'll say when I get back. I don't really want to say before I leave. But my daughter has a dance competition. We're traveling for that. This band has a very unique sound to them. It almost feels like a blend of like 3 genres. Drive safe, so many crazy drivers. Yeah, we're flying, but I am gonna have to drive out of Toronto to the location that I'm going. Not necessarily thrilled about that. I hate busy city driving. I really like the sax. This is kind of giving me like the old Nintendo 8-bit song vibes, like track vibes. I don't know if they have many live recordings on YouTube. I might check out some of their live recordings, see how they perform live. I don't know if you guys are like me, but whenever I hear of a new artist or band, I always like to see how they do live and see if they're all studio or not, you know? I really hope my basement is finished being renovated next, before the end of the week, before I leave. It'd be nice to get set back up in the new office, but I was hoping that I was going to hear that the flooring arrived today and still nothing, so hopefully tomorrow. I think if we hear by tomorrow that the flooring has arrived, I think it could still be done by the weekend, but otherwise, then I think it's going to extend past the weekend. So thank you for the follow, Make You Know Me? Make You Know Me? Is there a brain dead guide for Sage for grinding? There's a guide. I don't know if I would call it brain dead. Like, if you're looking for a brain dead grind, then Guardian's the play. But or Awaken Witch too. I hear Awaken Witch is super comfy. So there's the Sage guide there that I refer a lot of people to. Imagine if when you change the color of your Sovereign Weapon, it changed the color of your abilities to the same color. And what I would do for some purple lightning, like Suck Guardian. A purple Suck Guardian probably looks so sick. It's everything just all matches. Maybe I need to retag my Thick Axe booty. You were gonna do Wukong, but it's also kind of cheeks in PvP. Yeah, it's definitely not meta, that's for sure. I think it's on the precipice of being a problem if they do just a couple of the wrong changes. You worked for them? What do you mean by that? How did you work for them? Oh, sweet. I still remember that one song that was basically used in like every montage for like a year. Can't remember actually the name of it now. Maybe it was the Halo song? I think I'd recognize the name of it when I saw it. Maybe I'm confusing with something else though. I swore it was them. Blow Me Away. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. I remember that song was beat to death by people. It was a sick song, but yeah, people beat it to death. Really? Yeah, these days it's easy to do that. People just use AI. You sure? Someone in chat might be able to help if it's an issue with the quest. Sometimes it's just something easy to overlook. Oh yeah. That could be kind of annoying if you gotta, like, if you switch mains and all of a sudden you gotta catch up on a bunch of main story quests, especially when they release something new. That could be definitely annoying. Nick Offerman. Who's Nick Offerman? I don't recognize that name off the top of my head. Ron Swanson? Oh shit! Yeah, I like him a lot. Nick Offerman. I'm gonna have to try to remember that. Nick Offerman. Nick Offerman. Okay. And I love seeing all these new people on BDO. Well, newish people on BDO. You got Stoops on BDO right now, too. Now we just need, like, Pearl Abyss to do something. Give these guys, like, a month or something to kind of get resituated. Maybe not even a month, at least a couple of weeks. And then drop, like, a banging dev note to keep them in. Right now, they're nibbling on the hook. You gotta wait for them to bite, and then Pearl Abyss drops something big and sets that hook. That's what we need. Between Stoops now, Cannon, Shroud. That'd be so sick. I think after this orb runs out, we're going to call it a day, chat. Been at it for quite a while. Yeah, almost 12 hours today. Maybe we could finish with a little red orb. We get the blue here, only two more. Two more steps. Well, just a blue. All right, 10 rings for today. Yoink. Beep. Oh, hey, chat. I'm gonna head out. Thank you for hanging out today. I'm gonna send you guys over to Stoops. Give him a warm welcome. Welcome him back to the community. Maybe we'll be lucky and he'll stay. Yeah, I'm just about to leave now, out toaster. But thanks for hanging out, everybody. If you enjoyed the stream, hit the follow. We'll be back tomorrow, obviously much shorter than today. But yeah, I'm going to send you guys over to Stoops. Welcome him back to BDO. We'll catch you all later.